Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. And today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria. Did you know that? Hello there. We are back on the EU servers. We're visiting our healthcare friends from across the pond. This is not a hamburger stream, unless you actually live in Hamburg, I guess. First off, we did Mutiny Monday last night, which means we did not do the routine. Gonna do that now. First time I saw this intro, it's a great intro. I'm very happy with my intro. We are getting all set up here. Today's agenda, chat, today's agenda is we are going to do a big ol' exciting spreadsheet. Some of you may remember when I tried out every defensive support in the game, all of the healers. And then we made a spreadsheet that kind of like collected my thoughts in one place, and then we made a video talking about like how I rank all of them. We're going to try to do that today. We're gonna see if I can gather my thoughts on each of those other supports. Buenos dias, Magla. Hello to Thale. No comprende on the rest of that. Heal Kata win. Not doing it. There's no major sites that have guides on that, so I'm just convinced that no one wants that. I'll say that having recently tried DPS Quick Kata, that is the second worst feeling to play build I have ever tried in this game. And I am guessing that Heal Kata is going to be similar, and I really don't ever want to touch Catalyst again. That felt so awful. I love your salad. Thank you. Can't wait for your response to Rose's second leveling video. The one that apparently has a scene of me in it that says incite fear in your local streamers. Yeah. We'll get to it eventually. I want to space them out. I don't want people's perception of me to shift to just like the React guy. So I want to have them very, very spaced out in between my other projects. Are you planning on doing the high DPS classes next, or is that less interesting? It's absolutely less interesting, but maybe. Maybe. It is easy content, right? So I could try it out. He said he was in EU, so I broke out the non-American language. I know. I mean, I'm sure there are people in EU that speak that language. I'm just not one of them. Let's see. Alright, 4th guild hall. Let's go. Will you be rifting today? Like open world rifting? Almost certainly not. I don't know if I'm ever gonna do that again. Like, I have full legendary armor. I don't need, I made a piece of obsidian armor that I didn't even need just so I could make a guide on it. But as far as like doing open world rifts, I don't know if I'll ever do that again. Convergences, yeah, I'll still do that from time to time because that's an activity that I can do with like 50 members of my community and we can just jump in and it's awesome. But rifting, yeah. Hey Muck, how's New Vegas been? Mixed thoughts. Okay, so most of it, it's just been like, just like Fallout 4, which is the other Fallout game I've played, you know? I've enjoyed it. However, I think I've accidentally like trapped myself into an ending that I don't want to do. And so that kind of sucks. Cause like my whole thing with Fallout New Vegas was I'm gonna be kind to everyone, but if they threaten me or if they attack me, I will kill them. And then if all of their friends start joining in, I will kill them too. It's self-defense, right? The Brotherhood of Steel, when they met me, told me to, like, strip down and drop all my weapons. And I was like, this is a mugging. And I was like, no. And then they attacked. They attacked. And I defended myself. And they called in, like, 95 of their friends on the radio. And I killed all of them. And I accidentally wiped out the entire Brotherhood of Steel. I was doing jobs for Mr. House for a while. And then he threatened me on, like, the 3rd job. And I was like, well, shoot, I don't like you anymore. And so I took his stuff out. And then there was, what was it? The Boomers, which are both old and also they like explosions. They shot at me with a howitzer, and after dying numerous times, I managed to run through the howitzer firing and get to them. And I'm like, why'd you shoot at me? And they're like, we do that to filter people out and see if you're special. You're special, which means that now you can work for us. So I was like, ha 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 ha. And then I attacked them because they shot at me with a howitzer. There was a couple factions that are still fine. Like, I'm fine with the NCR. I'm fine with the, what was the other one? It was like the Followers of the Apocalypse. They were nice, you know, stuff like that. But I took a lot of factions because apparently in Fallout New Vegas, if you don't forgive people for shooting at you, there's not a lot of people left. Like, I have made a dent in the population. Now at this point, the only ending left that I think I can do is this one for this robot. And he wants me to blow up the Hoover Dam. And I'm like, how did I get to this? And I'm currently in a fight on the Hoover Dam that I don't even want to be in. Which makes me really, really disconnect from the story. Because like, it's like, at this point, I just suddenly don't care. And I don't even want to be there. And I'm fighting and like killing people to like blow up the dam. And I'm like, why? Why? So I'm guessing I'm about to help this robot become Skynet and launch like nuclear apocalypse or something. I don't know. But it just... I've become completely disconnected from caring right now because it's like forcing me down this path that I don't even want to do. You wanted to make friends but accidentally genocide? The thing is, like, there's multiple groups that are still fine and completely alive, but there's definitely quite a few that I took out because they attacked me. But yeah, at this point in the game, I've certainly disconnected. I'll say, also the crashing was frustrating. On Friday, when we last played it, the first 70 minutes of the stream, we had 7 crashes. And we installed a 4th add-on that's supposed to help with crashing. And I'll tell you guys, I was like at the end of my rope. I was like, guys, if it crashes one more time, I'm done with the game. I'm not gonna finish it. I'll be done. Like, I can't take it anymore. And fortunately for the game, on Friday, after we did that last patch, it didn't have any more crashes the rest of that day. Your Honor, in my defense, I only killed part of the population. No, in my defense, they shot me first. Like, the Brotherhood of Steel telling me to strip and then drop all my weapons, like, they were just perverts. How did the start of Hades 2 go? Fantastic. It doesn't even feel like early access. I'm sure at some point I'll hit like the end of the game and they're gonna add more. But right now it just feels like Hades 2. It just feels like a full game. We played it for like 2.5 hours last night. Let's see. Your skill check to intimidate, to intimate the game did work. Yeah, we intimate the game. I keep rewatching the video of you watching Rose's review videos and keep dying laughing. With that approach, you should like the Gothic games. A bit dated though, the first of 2019. I might. I'm not opposed to old games. I'm just sick of like wrestling with old patches. Another old game people want me to play is like Warhammer 40k, sort of say Warhammer 40k, Dawn of War. A lot of folks have said they want me to play that. Which I would be totally fine with trying. I just hope I don't have to wrestle with old patches again. Are you interested in Binding of Isaac? I've looked at it and it looks freaking weird. I'm willing to try it. Alright, there we go. Home instance done. Money obtained. Let's go for the parked characters now. I feel the issue with Catalyst is you have to drop your Jade Sphere consistently, unlike no Self-Weave Weaver, which is face roll. The Jade Sphere itself is, okay, it's an ability that does damage and it buffs your other abilities, encouraging you to stand in the ability and use those other abilities to amplify those abilities. But if you do that, after the sphere runs out, you don't have any good abilities left to use to recharge the Jade Sphere ability, because you cannot recharge the Jade Sphere ability while you're actively in the sphere ability. It's like, there's no cohesion at all. There's no, like, the class doesn't even work well with itself. As absolutely, like, like, if you play Catalyst and you've never played anything else, please know it's so much better everywhere else. Oh my gosh. Nasty stuff.
Trade offer. I receive 1 month no ads, 1 volcanic rock rain, and double luck on muck giveaways. You receive ramen. Well
said, well said. Yes. Yes, I accept that trade offer. Muck, how you doing? Hey, Master Leo, I'm fine. I'm good, how you doing? So, yeah, as far as Fallout New Vegas goes, I think by the end of it, I'm going to have a very unfulfilling experience. And I think Fallout New Vegas fans are going to absolutely hate that. But that's where I'm at right now. Are you NA or EU? During these morning streams, if you see, like, especially on Tuesday, I'm on EU. It's a concept that works well with Hammer, as you have the orbs, but hard to master. Yeah, that's the thing, though, okay? That hard to master thing is the thing. Like, when I was trying to learn all these different builds, with quick DPS Kata, I spent over 2 hours, like 2.5 hours in the testing room, and I could not, like, get above 20k DPS consistently, and I could not keep quickness up 100% of the time. After 2.5 hours. On Harbinger, I was able to do that in 5 minutes. Alright? The amount of reward for effort for Kata is insanely bad. It's very poor. Like, the amount of reward you get, like the amount of bang for your buck you get with any other quickness providing class is so much higher than Catalyst. It's like, Catalyst is for someone that just, like, they want to juggle Rubik's Cubes while they play the game. While solving the Rubik's Cubes. Just for the challenge of it, you know? Sounds like your average Ellie. No, normal Ellie's not that bad. I'm halfway through the new Rose video. That guy Zero Filter's hilarious. He is hilarious. He's amazing. Hope everyone's doing fine. Hey, Punch It. Morning for you. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. for me. They need to increase boon duration of spheres by 4 seconds. They need to make it that you can gain sphere energy while your sphere is active. That would make it feel better. The extending the boons slightly would be a band-aid. But making it to where you could gain sphere energy while the spheres are active would actually make it feel better to play. But that's just my opinion. One of those characters on the selection screen is different from the others. Oh, I'm so glad you noticed. Okay, break time. Thirsty.
We were meant to be, yeah. Dancing in the moonlight, gazing at the stars so bright.
Yes. Yes, we do have one character that is different from the others. Let's see. Swamp. But, yeah. Anyway. Quick Kata, in my opinion, is one of the worst 3 builds I've ever played as far as how it feels to play it. That was really, really rough and unfun. I still want to see the original VOD. I never found it. Well, it wasn't a VOD, but the video is right there. That's a link to the video if you want it. I didn't make that live on stream, so there is no VOD for that. It's actually funny. There's a comment in the comment section under the YouTube video there that I linked, where someone's like, I don't understand what happened. Did one of his mods do this to him? And I responded with something like, yeah, I don't know. I got up to get a drink and they just came to life and started dancing. I'm not sure what happened. Like, yeah, man, that's crazy. Hello from South Africa. Hello from the colonies, Stoffels. Welcome. My daughter loves the dancing. She has good taste. Okay. Let's see. Energy matter converter and Star of Gratitude. Hi, Jackals. I see you. I think one issue is that they have forced Ellie to use Warhorn on basically every build. I don't know that they, like, ArenaNet forced it. I think it was just that when Weapon Master training came into play and everyone got the ability to use everything, that it suddenly came to light just how freaking good the Tempest Warhorn is, and every build started using it. But when I learned Quick Kata, I learned it. I spent like an hour with Hammer, and I spent like an hour with, I think it was Dagger Warhorn. And I couldn't make either of them work. Hammer, I got worse results. During the hour I spent practicing with Hammer, I was, like, the peak of what I was able to get was way worse. It was like 70% quickness uptime or something. It was way worse than when I was doing it with Warhorn. Warhorn, I was able to hit 90% quickness uptime, like, one time. But it was still, like, again, the damage and the quickness uptime paled in regards to, forget it. Hold on a sec. Was there anything that was worse? Let's see. Like Herald, Untamed, Deadeye, Scrapper, Chrono, and Harbinger. All of those within 10 minutes, I was able to outdo what I did in 2 hours on Catalyst. Firebrand and Berserker were a little bit more challenging, but I was still able to make them work and go do strikes. Catalyst, I was never able to get out of the training room with it. We always knew Warhorn was really good. As an Ellie main, I honestly believe the best thing it could do for Ellie is remove the attunement swap cooldowns. That could be good also, yeah. I think there's certain things like they might have to keep them in PvP or something. It might be too much in there, I don't know. But in like PvE, I think it would be fine. Warhorn got nerfed on Soda release, but it was still good. I think typical DPS builds use Sword Warhorn, CAT or CT uses Pew Warhorn. Pew Warhorn. Okay. Alright, you guys. It is time to be judgmental. Hope you guys are ready for this. Alright. So, let's see. I need another Excel thing open. There we go. Okay. Now, the last time that we did this... Oh, wait. Do I have... let me see. Open file location. You want to go away... Do I still have the spreadsheet? Hold on. Go to Excel. Guild Wars 2 healer comparisons. Perfect. Open that up. Okay. So the last time we did a comparison between classes, this was all of my things. And I'm going to copy these over just so they have all these pretty colors. There we go. All right. So I basically found different categories that I cared about when it came to healers. What was their primary boon? Do they have revive tricks? Their boon upkeep difficulty? Do they give stability? Do they give Aegis? Can they cleanse people? How difficult is it to play? Special notes, stuff like that. We're going to figure out what we care about when it comes to boon providing DPS. So here's some things off the top of my head. The primary boon, other boons, let's see. Difficult, let's see. Maybe how easy to learn. DPS. Ranking. We can just use the Snowcrow's benchmarks for that. Utility. Utility. A column, DPS loss. DPS loss? Already did all of Boon DPS. The only one I didn't do was Druid, and which would be like a lack DPS Druid, and it's really not a thing. So like there's like no major sites have guides for that. And the problem is if you're in Druid doing DPS and you stop to provide Alacrity, which is doing this, you're doing literally 0 damage while you're doing this for Alacrity uptime. Like actually 0. And so it's like, it's designed for the healer build, not for the DPS build. Okay, hold on, we got so many of these. Let's close that one. Okay. Boon Radius. Fun to play. Let's see. I'll put personal enjoyment, because fun is subjective, right? Like, what is fun to me might not be fun to you, and vice versa. So I'll say my personal enjoyment will be the final column. Now we can move that over here, but we can put more in between. That was the last column on the other one. Downtime ability to stack buff. We'll put, I'll phrase it like thrives in downtime, which means like they could stack the buff during that time, and then things that really suffer from downtime will be at the bottom of that. Button intensity. Oh yeah, we could do APM, actions per minute. So the higher up on that, the more insane it is to play. Which would be like Berserker would be the first thing, and then like Catalyst and Firebrand probably. Yeah, we could do that. Difficulty to gear. Gear? Okay. Actually, dude, honestly, none of them are bad. That's this column right here. And see, a lot of them are Berserkers, a couple Vipers. Only 1 or 2 are like full writ, and a couple are like halvesies. Don't know how to phrase it. Fixed rotation to provide boons. Fixed rotation to provide boons. I mean, pretty much all of them have sort of a rotation for boons. It's like they have a series of buttons they click for boons, and a series of buttons they click for doing damage, and then they kind of go back and forth with those. If a lack willbender uses Feel My Wrath, does that mean it can give a lack and quickness? Okay, so here's the thing. When you get someone in your group that's providing alacrity or quickness, people care that you are able to do it 100% of the time. So with Feel My Wrath, you give a few seconds of quickness to your party, and then it wears off. But you can keep alacrity on them 100% of the time if you play it perfectly. You cannot, there is no class in the game that can keep quickness and alacrity on their group the whole time. But like both of them. For example, Scrapper using res utility to provide quickness. Oh, yeah. How would I do that? Is skill setup an issue? I don't know what that means. Carry potential. I don't know that any DPS can carry a raid the way a healer can. Because, like, a healer could keep themselves alive and every other intelligent player alive if they're doing what they're supposed to do, and only the dumb people would die. A DPS can keep themselves alive, but has very minimal way to save other people. I want them to make that thing we do 0 damage instead hurt your allies. Healers do very little damage anyway. If you could buy quick alac, it would be very broken. For example, start using res, range, or melee. Oh, that's decent. Melee builds, ranged builds. I'll do like the ones I tried. I'll have to phrase this very carefully because, like, for example, I did Power Berserker. There is a Condi Berserker that uses longbow, but that's not the one that I tested. Untamed only has quickness through ambush, so I feel like it has more locked in rotation versus Firebrand, which has 5 million button actions for quick. Yeah, but the thing is, Firebrand, as someone who just played both, my god, the Untamed felt better. Because Untamed does that one ambush, and that gives you like 10 seconds of quickness. Like, right? It gives you like, just here's a fat chunk of it. Firebrand has like 20 buttons that each give 1 second of quickness. So the Firebrand's doing this. And trying to just hit all of them like crazy. Whereas the Untamed is just like one button and then 10 seconds of whatever they want. One button, 10 seconds of whatever they want, you know, and so on and so on. So I didn't find that one bad at all. For gearing simplicity, ability to swap to DPS easy, Herald and Scrapper swapping a trait versus Scourge needing a full gear swap. Yeah, Can swap to full DPS easily. Okay. So let me do a few things here. Let's do this. So quickness. Alright, so Berserker, Firebrand, Herald, Untamed. Oh, I don't have Deadeye in here. Deadeye. Okay, Scrapper, Catalyst, Insert, oh gosh. Harbinger. Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. Is that all of them? Yeah, that should be it. Okay. And then Alacrity is Bladesworn, Renegade, Willbender, Druid, Spectre, Mechanist, Tempest, Scourge, and Mirage. Alright. For the Druid, we're gonna do... Where's Strike Through? Dang it. None of the hotkeys. Where's Strike Through? Meh. Meh. Dang it. If anyone knows how to do Strike Through in Excel, let me know. The Rose video is hilarious. I love it. He makes good videos. How well can you deal with a boss going ranged or invuln? I guarantee if you put this vid into an interactable table on MuklukYoutube, this would be amazing. Make it so you can use the arrows to sort highest to lowest by the category, like highest APM. Drop down to the underline. No. Control 5. Thanks! Alright, so I'll explain that once I get to the video. Alright. Other boons. Berserker gives its group Fury. Firebrand, lots on demand. Actually, wait, I'm doing this all wrong. Who gives the most other boons? Herald, probably? This is supposed to be like a... Each column is supposed to be like a tier list. So Herald gives a lot. Spectre gives quite a bit. Okay. Mirage and Firebrand. Not recommending Mirage boon support to anybody, by the way. Mechanist, let's see. Scourge. Let's see, Harbinger. Tempest. Probably... Hang on a sec. Probably put Tempest above there, because Tempest does, what is it, 25 might? and also Prot on their team. Like, or like, it's like 20 to 25 might and Prot on their team while they're DPS. Let's see. Berserker gives just Fury. Herald, Spectre, Scrapper gives some might. If you're doing function gyro. If not, then not so much. Mechanist gives Fury and might. Probably move Scrapper down and put Mechanist above it. Catalyst, if you can play it. Where's Kata? There it is. Alright. Tempest is already in there. Chrono. Wait, does Chrono give other boons? Does Chrono give other boons? I can't remember. Any Chrono mains in chat? Like, DPS support Chrono. Does it pump out other boons while it's doing its thing? Chrono gives a little bit of might, but not 25. Okay. Harbinger and Scourge. Harbinger gives Fury and some might. Put that above Chrono. Stab, Fury, Rancho, nothing else much. Okay. Easy to learn. Alright, so we'll put the easiest at the top in this column. Harb is there twice. Oh, no! There we go. Easy to learn. I know which ones are the hardest to learn. What do I think was the easiest? Alright, Harbinger comes to mind. Mechanist comes to mind. Herald, if you follow the guide exactly. Chrono and Ellie. Well, which type of Ellie? 2 Chrono? I would say Chrono was middle ground. It took me like, it took me many attempts, like maybe 10 plus minutes before I was able to understand the rotation of Chrono, which isn't bad, but many of the other classes I was able to get in like 2 minutes, you know? So it's definitely a little bit more challenging than many of them. So let's turn down this music. You know what? Hang on a second. Let's go to Miss Locke for better background music. Okay. Let's see. Easy to learn. Harb, Alag, Herald. Those all, I would say, were quite easy to learn. Then maybe Scourge. I'd say Berserker. And Berserker was easy to know what to do, but it was just insane APM to do it. Yeah, Deadeye wasn't too bad. Spectre was kind of middle ground. Berserker and Bladesworn were kind of middle ground. Renegade. God, I hated Renegade. that was rough. Willbender, I understood what I needed to do. It just didn't feel good to play, but it wasn't bad to learn. Firebrand was much harder to learn. Untamed was middle. Scrapper was kind of middle. It wasn't bad. You just had to do combos. Tempest was rotational. Catalyst was absolutely at the bottom. It was very difficult. Scourge. Chrono and Mirage, you had to do that whole Shatter minigame. One of them's missing. Which one did I not do? Oh, it's Druid. That's why. That's why. Yeah, Druid's not going to be there. Okay. Renegade is 1 button. Renegade is 1 button for Alacrity, not 1 button for the DPS rotation. So it was easy to keep up the boon. It was not simple to do the rotation. I found the rotation to be... Like, if all of this is a spectrum of difficulty, it was absolutely on the harder half of that spectrum. DPS ranking. Alright, so this one, although I did not match the benchmarks on Snowcrows, I can use the benchmarks on Snowcrows to find, like, the order that these are supposed to be in. So, let me see here. I haven't found it yet. I am guessing that, of the quickness and alac providers, that Deadeye is going to be the top one. Let's see, Power Chrono, Power Turtle, County Back. Power Quickness Deadeye, 38k. Yep. Alright. Power Quickness Berserker. Okay. Condi Alac Renegade. Condi Quick Untamed. Power Quick Harb. Did I play Power when I played Harb? Or did I play Condi? I don't remember. I'd have to go back and check my video. What website is that? Snowcrows.com. Condi Quick Firebrand. Yeah, it's about the same. Let's see, Condi Quick Herald. Condi Herald? Yeah, I did Power Herald. Alright, Power Quick Untamed. Condi Alac Tempest. Power Alac Willbender. Condi Alac Spectre. Power Boon Chrono. I just saw a mistake on the spreadsheet, fixing it now. Okay. Condi Alac Mech. I played Power Mech, but I'll put them in order. Carol, Scourge. Scrapper. Playing a class for 2 hours is far worse as a metric these days. So here's the thing, like, if we use this as a thing, it is, although I did not get the same, like Snowcrow says that an experienced Deadeye should be able to get 38k. I think when I played Deadeye, after 2 hours, I was getting 31k. Now, that is still, I did not break 30k on any of these. On no other class on here did I break 30k during the 2-hour trial run that I did on it. So it is still accurate that Deadeye is the top one of the ranking, even if I wasn't playing it to its maximum potential. Your spreadsheet is no longer visible. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I think they're going to be in the same order, even though the numbers won't be the same, right? Like, instead of like 5k, 4k, 3k, I might have 3k, 2k, 1k, or whatever. The point is, like, the order should still be about the same. Okay, utility. I think we've probably got to put Herald up there near the top, right? So Herald, Firebrand, those are going to be the big boys for the utility column. Let me see. No. It has a little. I'll put that further down. Spectre has some. Scrapper. I don't know. Starmac has some. Let's just look at ones that do, like, you know, just, it jumps out. Chrono and Mirage have really good utilities. Harbinger Scourge have decent. Tempest and Elementalists have just, like, a ton of crap to use. Scrapper has super speed. True. True. Alright, I'm convinced. Maybe do that. And we don't have to have everything in this column. These are just ones that stood out to me. Catalyst DPS ranking. I didn't see it on here. Hang on, let me filter by quickness. Yeah, it's actually not even on this website. They don't have a benchmark for Catalyst. I can tell them. Hang on. Actually, wait, did we have that conversation already? Hang on. FYI, if y'all care, not seeing Quick Catalyst on benchmarks page. Maybe because it feels awful to play. I don't know. Just pointing it out. There we go. All right, I have told the leadership at Snowcrows. Okay, where were we? Boon radius. All right. Anyone who knows boons knows that Herald has got 600 radius. So does Bladesworn. Does anyone else have 600? I'm not sure if they do.
1 year pog.
Mirage. You could, yeah. We know Firebrand's gonna be down here. Firebrand boon application radius is so awful. The little cone. That's the worst one for sure. Is Condialite Druid a big no-no? Yeah, Condialite Druid doesn't work for a simple reason. I'm gonna show you right now. This is the trait that gives alacrity. This is the trait that gives damage. You see the problem? Additionally, you give alacrity by going into this form and pumping out heals. While you're doing this, you're doing 0 damage. Absolutely 0. So that means that if you are doing a build like that, you have to occasionally turn your damage completely off to apply some alacrity for a little bit, then go back to damage after. You can't do both at the same time. So it's just by design, it just does not work. Okay. Alright. So, damage not the problem, the alac application is, yeah. Gzbuck, I'm watching the new video in the other window right now. I hope you pay Noxxi overtime for the editing she had to do because of that troll. I actually messaged him on Twitter about that. Let me open up Twitter here. Where was it? Right here. Message from my editor to @Rose. Rose single-handedly giving me more editing work than what I've had in the past week. Right there. And then if you click it, he actually responded. He goes, "Don't worry. I'm only going to get worse over time, and eventually your editor is going to have to ask for a raise." Let's see. Firebrand depends on the mantras aren't the only thing that gives quickness. Yes, but the point is the cones are part of it. You have to be aware of the cones or some of your boons are going to fall off. Like, that is part of it. Raise for Noxxi. I have given Noxxi so many raises since we started working together. Many months, Noxxi gets more than my YouTube makes. Depending on how technically you want to get Scourge, could place Shades at 900 range, give them a whack. I think I could really summarize, like, these two are 600 radius, this one is cones, and then everything else is, like, in between. I think that's kind of it. Alright, thrives in downtime. Which classes can apply their boons while they don't have something to hit? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm swapping scenes so much right now. Alright. Chrono and Mirage, friggin' bottom. Yeah. Tempest is fine. Spectre can. Okay. Well, it can't generate the Shadow Shroud, but if they're already in Shroud, they can keep it going. Alright, Berserker, no. Bladesworn, no. They need, like, flow. Herald can. Renegade can. Firebrand can, but it prefers something to hit. You remove Chrono and Mirage from the left column. Oh, I did a cut instead of a copy, thanks. Willbender needs to hit something. Untamed can ambush nothing. It would prefer to hit the boss. I'll put it in the middle. Deadeye has to steal something. Mech, I'm pretty sure they can just kind of hit the air. They can pre-boon. Put it at the bottom of the easy. Scrapper can, but if they're doing their combos with nothing to hit, they're actually gonna go flying all over the place. Because like hammer combos have them like flying around the room if they don't have something to lock onto. Catalyst, I don't even know. I'm just gonna throw it in the dumpster. Let's see. Harbinger needs to just be in Shroud.
How are you today?
That's not too bad. Scourge isn't too bad either. Blast Gyro, Minefield. Chrono and Mirage. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Hi, Star! Alright, I think I like that. Alright, APM. Oh my god. Alright, this is pretty easy. Berserker's up here. Catalyst is up here. Firebrand is up here. Now my only question, is there anything else? Is there anything else that's like, my wrist hurts levels of APM? Let me think. Bladesworn wasn't bad. Herald wasn't bad. Renegade was kind of high. Blade? No, dude, Blade is you stand there charging your sword for so long. Blade is 1 APM. Chrono, oh yeah, Chrono was kind of high. Renegade, the Alack rotation was 1 button every 20 seconds. The actual DPS rotation was kind of high. Untamed was kind of middle ground. Deadeye was kind of middle ground. Spectre was kind of middle ground. Mech was fine. Scrapper is maybe like right there. Scourge is a spam. Yeah, Scourge is decently high APM. Is you could just kind of like whack-a-mole the whole keyboard. Happy birthday, Muck. Thank you, Star! Tempest was fine. Harbinger was fine. Okay. I think I'll just do that and then say that the others are all rather moderate. Gear. I don't even know if I want this column. I think when I get to gear, what I'll do is I'll just open up this other spreadsheet and just show this. And say, like, this is the gear that I used for those tests, for those classes. And you can see which ones I used. Alright. Melee builds. Oh boy. Alright. Where did I have that? And it's going to vary based on the class. Alright. Berserker. So I'm basing this on the builds I played. Alright, the builds I played. There are other builds, so some of this will change based on the individual. Alright, Herald was mostly melee. Let's see, Renegade was mostly melee. Alright. Firebrand is mostly melee. Firebrand will be mostly melee. Untamed, melee. Spectre was full ranged. Deadeye, I learned it with a staff, that was melee. Scrapper, Mechanist. Man, I'm rethinking these columns. Because, like, Mechanist, you can play with hammer or rifle or... Okay, you know what? Hold on. Let me try my best to do this accurately. Alright, I learned this as a power melee. It has a Condi ranged build. Bladesworn is melee. Herald's melee. Renegade, I think, is melee. Firebrand, I know has a melee build. I don't know if it has a range build. Willbender's melee. Untamed is melee. Deadeye's melee. Spectre is ranged. Scrapper needs... Scrapper's probably always hammer, so probably always melee. Mechanist could be melee or ranged and still work. Tempest is melee. They gotta overload and sit on top of the target. Catalyst is an abomination. I don't even know what to do with it. Catalyst, I learned it with sword and hammer. That was melee. Harbinger, I think I learned it as a ranged. Let me check my notes. Yeah, it was full ranged. And then Scourge was full ranged. Chrono and Mirage were full ranged. Okay. Renegade technically does have a range build. Condi uses mace and shortbow, both range. Wait, Condi uses mace and shortbow, both ranged. Mace isn't ranged. What? Edicosta, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome. Appreciate that. Dang dog, you look so much better with a beard. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Has anything changed since part 1 of Soto, or is the game still like do dailies and medicine over and over again? I mean, Lycee, the game as a whole hasn't taken any like massive transformation since Soto, no. So, I mean, you don't have to do those things. There's also dungeons and fractals and dragon response missions and strikes and raids and PvP and conquest and world v world and open world bosses and world exploration. Like that's the story. There's still like lots of other stuff besides dailies and metas. But if you don't like any of that, that's completely fair. You know, that's up to you. Okay. Can swap to DPS easily. Like, okay, my first thought in this is Chrono, right? Because Chrono, with the same gear, with the same rotation, can swap one trait and be like, you know, a lack or quickness or DPS. Actually, I think the rotation's slightly different if they go DPS, but it's the same gear. Berserker is swapping one thing. I think Bladesworn also is swapping one thing. What else? Harbinger? Does it? Hold on, you got me thinking. I've only played the Boon support Harby. I've not played pure DPS Harby. Harby doesn't really need Boon duration. Yeah, when I did Harby, I did it on full Vipers. So that's quickness. And you would just swap to this trait. Yeah, that seems pretty easy. Okay. So, yeah, I'll put Harvey there. So on this column, I'll just say, like, if you know how to play the DPS build, you could easily swap to it if you've already got the gear. Like, this is like, Chrono uses the same gear for DPS as it does for boons. Same with Berserker, Bladesworn, Harbinger. Scrapper, Herald. I don't know anything about pure DPS Herald. Hang on. It's not on the benchmark page. Let's see. The drive begins. Hi, Errol. DPS Herald to Boon. DPS Herald is great. Herald, you switch Grandmaster trait from the top to the bottom. Let's see. Where my Herald at? Herald is one trait, but also just play Vindy. Stupid question, is the Necromancer a good class to play? Not a stupid question, Stoffels. It is good. But real talk, there is no bad class in the game. In my opinion, it's just simply, there are classes that you would enjoy and classes you won't enjoy. So is Necro good at endgame? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is it something you want to play? I don't know what's fun to you, so I'm not sure, because fun is subjective. So, I mean, yeah, it is absolutely good. So if it looks fun to you, yeah, have a blast. There's nothing wrong with it. Spectre requires writ, right? When I did Spectre, I was full ritualist. Yes, it's one of the only ones that required full ritualist. Yeah. Alright. For now, we'll pause with that. Alright, personal enjoyment. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Time to start some fights here. For all of these, I know my top two. I actually don't know what order they're in. It's either Scrapper then Untamed or Untamed then Scrapper, chat. Are you going to play Early Access Hades 2, Muck? I did last night, Turtle. I did last night. Let me see if it's already up on our second YouTube channel. No, it's not. Our uploader is still working on that. If you check the VODs from last night, I played it last night for 2 hours. And I'm going to be back on it tonight after Guild Wars 2. It's really good so far. Alright. Personal enjoyment, Untamed and Scrapper were definitely really high up there. Harbinger is absolutely third. Scourge was great also. Catalyst is dead last. And Berserker is absolutely second to last. Let's see. Bladesworn, Herald, Renegade, Firebrand, Willbender. Like, all of these are kind of just the same to me. Spectre. Deadeye was higher up. That was okay. Spectre. Is there a good low-intensity DPS build for Warrior? Yeah, if you do !LI builds in the chat, it'll pull up a link to the low-intensity guides I've made, and I believe there's a Spellbreaker DPS that's just pure damage, but it gives itself a lot of stability, so you don't get knocked around if you make a mistake. It's pretty good. Mechanist. Alright, let's move that down a line and put Mech there. Tempest there. Catalyst. Harbinger, Scourge. Chrono and Mirage, definitely pretty low. Alright. You know, I just thought of another column. Insert a column. Oh my gosh. What? No! Make it... No, normal. There we go. Okay. Wait. Oh gosh, this is all messed up now. Alright, good. Just... This is being frustrating. There. Alright, cut paste just moves it. There we go. Alright. Extremely rotational. Alright, my first thought on this is Tempest. Tempest is like you're doing a dance step. You just like fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water, fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water, fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water. It's that. No matter what's going on around you, you're doing that. Is there anyone else that has a rotation so strict that they really don't have room to do anything else? Nothing's jumping to mind. Like, everyone else has the, you know, a semblance of a rotation, sure. But Tempest was just extremely that. I'm not sure if anything else had it to that level. Kata was very rotational. Renegade. For the DPS portion, sure. Can someone tell me what this KP rating is and where you can look it up? KP is kill proof, and it's something that some people require. Like, they're basically saying, if you want to join my group to kill this boss, I want proof that you've killed this boss at least 20 times. And there's this website you can go to see proof of how many times you've killed a thing. That's what it is. I don't use it, but it does exist. Like, typically, if I want to get in a group, I just make my own group. Consequences of Ellie Pistol are unfortunate. Least fun weapon for Ellie for sure. KP is huge in EU. I mean, again, I just always make my own group, so I've just... literally, I have never had to provide kill proof, even before I became an international internet superstar celebrity sensation, because I always just make my own groups. Let's see. I was thinking about adding the column caught out in the wrong mode moments. But I think it's that's much more of a thing with healers. Like, unless your Herald is trying to give you guys stability, but he wasn't in Chalice and now he can't or something. But that's not really... I don't know if that warrants a whole column. We get you, Muk, being famous is hard. Yeah. Is Reaper still the strongest power DS and the easiest? I can say it is still quite strong, and it is still quite easy to play. I don't know about strongest and easiest. Hey, Muk, just unlocked my roller beetle. Congratulations, Flamish. Put some flames on the side. It makes it go faster. I think his Catalyst Classman and Downtime column is not fair. He's a bit biased because it absolutely does like the spec. I mean, you have to do damage to the enemy to build Jade Sphere fluid, don't you? It's like, if you can't hit the enemy, you can't charge it up. And if you can't charge it up, you can't give quickness. Now he reads me. Yeah, I'm reading you. It has been less than 60 seconds since you typed that message. Get off my back. I'm scrolling up now. Hang on. A stupid question, why is Bladesworn so much higher in the downtime column than Catalyst, despite the one loose flow in downtime, while the second don't lose energy in downtime? I mean, when you're in combat, I don't think you lose flow. If you leave combat, you do. Kata doesn't lose fluid in downtime. Yeah, but you do lose quickness in downtime. And you can't generate the fluid in downtime. In any case, like, let's just say all of these are tied for crap, okay? Like, all of these are fighting for last place. Let's just say that, all right? Ugh. Just, like just all of that. Okay. Personal enjoyment. Let's see. Was there anything else? Is there any other columns we want to make up? Considering a column for, like, can provide stability. Stability, question mark? Which is going to be Herald, number 1. Huge thing there. I know the Warriors can bring a banner for that, right? It kind of hurts them to do that, but they can. Firebrand always has it. Who else? Mechanist has one application of it they can throw out. Tempest has a shout, that's right. Range? Yeah, we've got melee and range right here. Chrono, easily. Oh, yeah, the, what is it called? Well of... I can't recall the name. It's like Well of Forewarning or something. It does Aegis and like stab at palsy. Precognition, thank you. I said forewarning? Same meaning. Alright, yeah. Chrono, definitely up there. Well of Don't Get CC'd, yep. Spectre can use the well. Yeah, Spectre can bring in the well. And also, when they are in their Shroud, their 5 button. So they do a rotation, Shroud, not Shroud, Shroud, not Shroud. When they're in Shroud, they have access to group stability. When they're not in Shroud, they only have access to group stability if they bring the utility for it. But yeah, they could be up there for sure. I like how he said it was like seconds since I typed my message while I was trying to get his attention for 15 minutes. Yeah, but that, I'm looking at that particular message, Bobby. Mesmers have a mantra with several uses of stability. Ellie wouldn't be very high as we have some, but I think most is like Earth Overload. Well, Earth Overload stability, I'm pretty sure is self-only. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you guys have a shout that gives stability to the whole group. Harbinger Elite. Yeah, Harbinger, I actually tried playing it while saving the Elite for when the group needed stab. And it was so much worse than simply using that ability off cooldown. So I'm just going to say Harbinger doesn't have stab on demand. Willbender could bring Stand Your Ground. Scourge? Scourge is, its biggest weakness as a class is the fact that it does not have stability on demand. And I think that's fine. Because, like, for example, Support Scourge has high healing, all the essential boons except stability, barriers that are very chunky, and some of the best res skill potential in the game. If it had stability, its only weakness would be covered, and I think it would be too good. It would be too godly. So, like, the fact that it doesn't have an instant stab to the group on demand, I think is its only weakness, and that's fair. Technically, it does muck as sand diarrhea. Oh, God, I've had this conversation so many times, you freaking children. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Sand diarrhea only works if the whole group is standing on a pin. And only the top World v. World guilds are going to do that. Its application radius is 1. Like, that's it. Radius of 1. Still better than having a chance for stab on nothing lasts all this way. No, I'm just gonna have the list be just like these ones can provide the group stability in a pinch. That's it. That's what I'm gonna have there for that column. Aegis. Chrono again. I know there's a banner for it. Also, Bladesworn feels very locked in to their utilities, so that's why I didn't put Bladesworn over here. Aegis on demand. Scourge has Serpent Siphon. Did Scrapper have an Aegis? Scrapper Shortbow 4 has Aegis. But I did Scrapper Hammer. Tempest has Shout, yeah. Guardians, abso-freaking-lutely. Kata kinda does. I'm happy that my Berserker is not Lasties. Kata with Earth Sphere. I'll trust you on that one. I don't know on that one. Untamed can. Yeah, Untamed can with Stone Spirit or White Tiger. It's not ideal. It is a DPS loss if they do that. It is a DPS loss if they do that. Does Spectre have a Aegis chat? I can't recall. My brain is turning into mush from like bouncing through freaking 20 classes. Do I need to swap over to my Spectre? It's from a well. Okay, hang on. Let's go check. Let's go check. All right. Nope. None of the wells give Aegis, unless a healing well does. Nope, that one doesn't either. Not seeing it. The yellow one. Stab, Might, Fury, Vigor, Regen. All right. Okay. Let's go back here. I think that's fine. I think we've got a pretty solid template for a video here, chat. I'm not sure if there's anything else I want to add to this. All right. Let's turn this down. Let's turn this down. All right, y'all ready to hear me talk for an hour? Blade Sword doesn't need to hit the boss for flow. I thought it does. In any case, I will say it doesn't thrive in downtime. Here, hang on a sec. There we go. You get the flow from the utility. Well, you get emergency flow from the utility. Okay. Just say behold and nothing else to explain the tier list. Just no other information. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay, and go. Alright. Alright, so last time I did like this. Let's start with that. Okay. Let's put this over here. I think I'm
1
ready.
year of Mukluk Tato.
Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today we come to you with a very big video project. As many of you have seen on my recent videos, I have been doing a tour through all of the DPS builds that provide essential boons for PvE in the game. Can we zoom in for the blind? Yes, you know, someone asked me that last time and I forgot to do it this time. Alright, so what we have here is a list of all of the... You know what, hold on a sec. I'm just gonna have to restart this. It's taking up too much brain power to mess with this. There we go, hold on. Does that go? Okay, that should be fine. All right, there. All right, for the blind. Okay. All right, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and we are back with another video related to trying out all of the boon DPS in Guild Wars 2. To clarify, that is all of the DPS classes that provide either quickness or alacrity, one of the essential boons in endgame PvE. So that's fractals, strikes, raids. It also works in open world and world bosses and stuff, as long as you could dodge red circles, stuff like that. Now, as always, a small disclaimer at the beginning. If you are grouped with any of these people and they know what they're doing, they're fine, okay? They're fine. The differences between many of them are minuscule. It's just about how to play and what you might enjoy. I do not want to hear anybody like, oh, you didn't hear that Mukluk said that Catalyst is a dead class? Get out of our group, peasant. You know, honestly, I think it would be kind of funny if you talked like that, but don't be acting like that. All right, so first off, what we've got here is a list of all of the different elite specs that can provide quickness or alacrity. You'll notice that Druid is crossed out. Now, the reason for that, and I happen to be on my Druid right now, is Druid has the alacrity trait, and it's in conflict with the damage trait. So a DPS elect Druid really doesn't work well. And on top of that, so it's like, okay, we've got a DPS loss to provide alacrity. Fine. The way they provide alacrity is healing in astral form. So while in astral form, you're largely doing near 0 damage to provide alac to your group. So you have to provide alac you have to provide alac while not doing damage, then do damage while not providing alac, and back and forth. It really is not feasible. So I just crossed that one out. All right, this column just says what each of them do. Chrono is the only one that is different from the others. It provides quickness or alacrity. There's just changing one trait changes how they provide it. So you could join a group and say, hey, I could be quick DPS or alac DPS or pure DPS. And the group tells you what they need and you just change a trait And Quick and Alack, I believe, have the exact same rotation, same playstyle. I believe the pure version of Chrono, or the pure DPS Chrono, which I have not played, has a slightly different rotation, but they're the only ones with that amount of flexibility. The next column that I've got here is other boons, question mark? Which of these supports are really good at other boons? I'd also like to pause for a second here and just talk about how this went for anyone who didn't watch the previous videos. I spent a play session, so like 2+ hours on each one of these classes. Some of these classes I've played for hundreds of hours. Others I've played for like 2, okay? So I'm not perfect, I will make mistakes, and I welcome you to correct me in a nice manner in the comment section down below. That is totally fine, all right? If you see something I got wrong, point it out. Otherwise, I'm sharing how it seemed to me after trying out each of these for a day. All right, so other boons. Herald. Herald, while you're providing your group with quickness, it can also be pumping out protection, or fury, or might, or swiftness, or regen, depending on how you use your facets. It is kind of a Swiss Army knife, and it can pump out a lot of other boons, including stability on demand, depending on how they set up what they're doing. Is this a YouTube video? Yes, it is. Spectre. Spectre, while I was playing it, I was able to also give out Fury, Swiftness, Vigor, and 5+ Might stacks to my group while I was giving them Alacrity. Firebrand has a whole smorgasbord of boons on tap while it is doing its thing. Mirage gave simply Fury, 25 Might, and the Alacrity it's in charge of to its whole group, which is pretty cool. Tempest gave a very unique 25 Might and Protection to its whole group while it was playing. Scourge did some Fury, Might, and Prot. Harbinger did Fury, some Might, and then had that unique ability where it gives its group every single boon in the game for like 6 seconds at the start of the fight and like every minute. So there's no real ramp-up time for the group. It's a very unique power that only the Harbinger has, but if the group is starting on a fight, the Harbinger can throw that one cocktail that just gives you every buff in the game for the whole party, and then by the time that wears off, the other supports will have gotten their normal boons rolling. So the whole group does way more damage in the first 6 seconds of the fight, as long as there's a Harby there doing their job. Berserker just provided Fury to the whole group while it was doing its thing. Mechanist did, I'm looking at a cheat sheet over here, Fury and Might to the party. Scrapper did, if you're using Blast Gyro, you do a lot of Might stacks on the party if you're playing Scrapper. Catalyst, if you can play it, did Fury and Might to the party, and Chrono did like a mixture of things. The others were minuscule enough, or I forgot something, that I didn't write them down there. But these are ones, from what I felt had the most on tap to the least on tap, that provided more boons to the group. Next column. All right. Easy to learn, question mark. All right. Now, just because something's at the top doesn't mean it might not be tied with, like, the next 4, right? Okay. So, Harbinger, very simple. You've got some abilities that do damage, and you kind of just hit them every time they light up. Like, of course, with every class, there's going to be a mathematical rotation that if you hit this, then this, then this, it's the most damage. But if you just smash the keyboard with Harby, you're going to do pretty good. You're going to do pretty well. Also, the way they pulse out their boon is simply by being in Stinky mode. So as long as they just go into Stinky mode like half the time, their group's covered. They're happy. And then outside of that, you're just doing damage. Mechanist has many different ways of playing it. There is the sword pistol build, there's hammer build, there's rifle build. If you play rifle power Mechanist, there's also Condi builds, which are much more challenging to learn, but also very effective. But if you play rifle Mechanist, you can unga bunga, just smash the fist on the keyboard when things line up, and you can do it from like a really extreme range, and you'd be doing great. You know, easy 20 to 30k DPS while pumping out those boons. Very easy to learn. Herald, if you just like for example, I don't main Revenant. I copied a Herald guide, and I did what it said, and I just copied what, like, I didn't know why I was doing it, but I just did what it said, and I was able to keep those boons up, and I was able to do the damage that I was supposed to be doing. Now, when I tried to deviate from that, I suddenly had to, like, okay, I actually have to learn the class and the energy system now. But if you just want to, like, copy a build and go, Herald's not bad at all. Scourge is very simple in the way that if I told you, like, hit all 15 of these buttons every time they light up is a simple phrase. That's very simple instructions. It can hurt your wrist to execute it, you know, you might get carpal tunnel. Scourge, effectively, for those who don't know, they've got their 1 through 5, and above it, they have an F1 through F5 that's always available. And you're hitting a lot of those buttons often. So you're going ham on the left half of the keyboard while you're playing it. It's very simple, easy to learn, but there is a lot of buttons. Deadeye, oh man, dude, Deadeye, when I was playing it, the weapon rotation was basically when I had full initiative, hold down the 2 button until I don't. And then steal. Like hit F1, F3, was it F1, F3 or F1, F2? Basically, I would steal and then I'd get another ability called like steal time and then I would use that. But then hold down the 2 key. Super easy. Also, it's the only support DPS that when I tried it for 2 hours, I broke 30,000 damage per second while providing quickness 100% of the time. That was Deadeye. Untamed, we're starting to hit kind of the middle ground here. Some of the classes going down from here are ones that I did not feel were insanely difficult, but I didn't feel were insanely easy either. They were just kind of middle ground. You know, I had to put in a little bit of effort. It wasn't a cakewalk, but I wasn't like super challenged either. So Untamed, you know, I had to kind of learn the rhythm for like unleash self, ambush, weapon swap, ambush, unleash pet, do other things. Unleash self, ambush, weapon swap, ambush, unleash pet, do other things. And it was just like, there was like this set sequence I needed to do, freedom for a while to do whatever, set sequence again, and so on. And once I learned that, it was fine. Spectre, kind of a rotation. You're in normal form, you're in spooky form, you're in normal form, you're in spooky form, and go back and forth, back and forth. And it wasn't too bad. I found DPS Spectre much easier to learn. I was dreading this one because Heal Spectre was awful. It was absolutely awful. I don't recommend that to any of you. But DPS Alack Spectre was fine because you're not like stealthing your teammates constantly. You're not hitting the boss, hit a teammate, hit the boss, hit a teammate, hit the boss, hit a teammate. You're not doing that stuff. It's like all of the major cons with Heal Alack Spectre were not there for DPS Spectre. So it felt fine. I could just target the boss. So that was okay. Berserker. Similar argument to Scourge. It's very easy for me to say, hit this one button 9,000 times per second. That's a very simple instruction that any of you can remember unless you play Norn. However, oh my god, after an hour of playing, you need a break. Welcome to Berserker. You're basically like, hit 1, hit F1, hit 2, hit F1, hit 3, hit F1, hit 4, hit F1, hit 5, hit F1, hit 2, hit F1. You're reloading! Hit 2, hit F1, hit 3, hit F1, hit 4, hit F1, hit F1, hit F1. That's Berserker. It's extremely simple. Your hand's gonna hurt. All right, Bladesworn. Basically all the APM that Berserker has, they stole it from Bladesworn because Bladesworn is just like, it's one action per minute. You know, you just charge, wham, 100,000 damage. However, if you get interrupted, all that time is wasted. And that's when it hurts. If you get hit with a CC or you're interrupted in any way, then that charge up time had no payoff. You didn't provide the boons at the end. You didn't do the big damage at the end. But is it easy to learn? Yeah, it's pretty good. Renegade, very easy to learn the alacrity part of it. It's literally hit one button every 20 seconds. That's it. There's a single button that gives 20 seconds of alacrity with like a 20-second-ish cooldown, and you just hit it when it lights up. That's it. The DPS rotation of the standard Condi Alack Renegade I found to be on the more challenging side of this spectrum, so I put it there in the middle, just a little bit past middle. Willbender, not too bad, but you're launching yourself all over the room like a pinball, and it can be quite disorienting, being in the right place at the right time. Scrapper is not too bad, however, it is the only one relying on the combo system. In order to provide the boon that you are in charge of with Scrapper, you have to be doing combos. And if you are not doing combos, you are not providing the boon. Excuse me, hiccup. So now it's nothing too complicated. It's like use a field, use a finisher, use a field, use a finisher. But I would say it requires a small amount more of knowledge of how game mechanics work in Guild Wars 2 than the other classes. No one else here has to think about combos unless they're, just going above and beyond the basics. Tempest. It took a while for me to learn it, but once I did, I didn't have to really do anything else. Tempest kind of felt like no matter what is happening in the room, I'm hitting the same buttons. Now, it could have been I was playing it wrong, right? Muck dumb here. But it was basically fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water, fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water, fire, fire, water, earth, earth. I was doing like the waltz. It kind of felt like 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. I was doing a dance step. And I basically just tried to sit on top of my group and sit on top of the boss and then just do that. And that's it. Tempest was the only one I got very bored on. It has a lot of keys. You're not pressing many of them, and you're just like 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, and you're not really deviating from that with some exceptions. With some exceptions. Chrono and Mirage, they have this whole shatter minigame thing. I mentioned in the Chrono video that I felt like I was playing a mobile game in the bottom left corner of my screen the whole time I was playing it. So I was very little, now granted, if I had played Chrono more, I would have more practice, but I felt like I had very little time to look at what was happening in Guild Wars 2 because I was spending so much time playing a mobile game in the corner with the shatter thing. Chrono was one that it maybe took me 15 to 20 minutes in the testing room to kind of get it. And then I was able to do it fine. But, compare that to, Harbinger on the second attempt on the dummy. I had 100% boon up time. It was very different. Mirage is about the same as Chrono in that regard. You need a target. You need to be pumping clones. Firebrand has a million different buttons that you have to be pressing. And, for a couple of them are mantras that you activate the mantra and then you hit the mantra and then 1 second you hit the mantra, 1 second you hit the mantra and then it cools down for 20 seconds, then you hit the button and it recharges and then 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. So it has many buttons you hit 4 times per 20 seconds. A bunch of those. So this one, there's a lot of buttons and the APM is high. It's the worst of both of those worlds. Catalyst, I couldn't even make it work. This thing, in 5 minutes, I was able to keep 100% quickness uptime and do 20,000 damage per second. As I played it more, I got even better. This thing, after 2.5 hours, I couldn't get a single test that I considered valid for group content. I couldn't. On my best attempt, I got 90% quickness uptime. And part of it is I'm new to kata. Part of it is kata is very complicated. And part of it, there's a lot of guides out there that all say different things. Some say use 2 spheres at a time. Some say use 3 spheres at a time. But I recommend this to no. You know what? Hold on a second. Let's move this down here. I recommend that to no one. All right. So, all right. DPS ranking. Now, for this one, I cheated a little bit because obviously I'm not the best at all these. I am a newcomer to all of these. I used the benchmarks on Snowcrows. So if a perfect player was playing all these DPS boon supports, it roughly looks something like this. Deadeye at the time. Now, some of these are sometimes all of these are almost tied, this might do 20 more damage than that one or something. But this is what the ranking looks like on Snowcrows currently. And although I didn't get the same numbers, I did have a very similar order. For example, I said that the only boon support where I broke 30,000 damage per second during my brief stint at playing it was Deadeye. And it's at the top of the ranking. With the equal effort put into all of these, Deadeye pumped out the highest pure amount of damage. Many of them did about 20k. Deadeye did 30, did 10k higher. You could argue that it has a little bit less utility than some of the other options, but it made up for it in, big bonk. Okay. Speaking of utility, Herald, everybody's favorite right now. So Herald, they can often bring Chalice to put down the road, which gives everyone stability, which was one of the best stability applications in the game. If they're forced to, if you're on a fight where you need projectile block, they can bring the Centaur stance and make the big bubble, and they can keep the bubble out an extremely long period of time, and the bubble blocks projectiles for a very long time. And then also they've got, all of these boons they're putting out, in addition to the quickness they're putting out. They are just, again, the Swiss Army knife metaphor. They have so much available to them. As long as they have a knowledge of the fight and they can swap a few things out before each encounter, they're so good to have like a nice one in your party. Firebrand. Whether you're a DPS Firebrand or a healing Firebrand, you've got access to the tomes. And the tomes are crazy strong because you've got an F1, an F2, and an F3 that are all additional weapons. So you have 5 weapons. A lot of skills there, including abilities to give your group stability, or condition cleanse, or resistance, or reflect projectiles. Those are all in the tomes. On top of that, the utility buttons that are down, your 7, 8, 9 skills. Firebrand and Chrono, in my opinion, have the best utility buttons in the game as far as group content. They have Stand Your Ground, which can give your whole group stability, and it stun breaks you. They have the Wall of Reflection. They have the bubble that pushes enemies out, and it tries to 7 times, so it does 700 to 1,000 CC. It's one of the biggest CCs in the game if the whole thing hits. They have a lot of nice utility. Chrono and Mirage, down there, once again in the 7, 8, 9 toolbox, they've got some really, really nice stuff. Tempest and Catalyst, simply because the elements, they have a massive number of skills, especially if they're also doing summoning conjured weapons and stuff like that. They have a lot of stuff to choose from. Scrapper has quite a bit of utility, even just baseline with things like Function Gyro to revive people. And then also if they decide to bring kits, that's even more. Spectre, the Wells offer quite a bit, and the Shadow Shroud offers a bit. Untamed is like 99% Unga Bunga, but it does have, if you're power Untamed, you have the freedom to bring Raid Res, which is, I talked about this in the Untamed video I put out a little while back. It is the ability to do a 10-man res, and they don't give up damage to bring that skill, which is nice. So you're just a DPS that provides quickness, but in your back pocket, you have such a powerful move ready to go. With a 2-minute cooldown, they could literally res 10 people if they're all in a pile, which can turn a raid wipe into a get back up, we're going to try this again, and we won't have to spend another 10 to 20 minutes here. So that's very powerful in my eyes. Boon Radius. Now, this one, I kind of did a cop-out on this one. Herald and Bladesworn both have 600 boon radius, with every major boon that they do. So you could be almost anywhere in the fight and you're going to get hit by them. All of the others are kind of in the middle, with between 240 and 400 boon radius. And then we got Firebrand down here. Firebrand, some of their skills are applied in a cone. They're the only class that does that. And it is something that if you're going to play Firebrand, you have to get used to. Because otherwise, you will frequently have the boon up on yourself, but not your group. And you'll find out at the end that they never had quickness and you did the whole time because you weren't aiming at them. You have to turn, if that tree is the group, you would have to turn and aim at your group when firing those cone abilities. Otherwise, they will not get the boon. So that is a thing. So for boon radius, that's what I put there. These two really shine. This one really hurts until you figure out how to do it, and the others are all kind of middle ground. Thieves. Oh, these are all thieves. Thrives in downtime. Okay, so imagine you're fighting a boss and he goes invulnerable and starts telling you his master plan to Mr. Bond. And then there's a few seconds the boss is invulnerable and you're waiting for him to become attackable again. Or he summons in an ad and, Sabbatha summons in an ad and she leaves the platform. Or something. Basically, there are a few moments that you cannot attack. Okay? Herald is unaffected. Pumps out those boons. Tempest can keep doing their 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. They can keep doing that. Spectre, if they're in shadow mode, they can keep attacking nothing by holding down the 1 key, and every attack, whether it connects or not, is still giving their group alacrity. So they can keep those boons up often, while they're waiting on the boss to be attackable again. They can also use their scepter to attack a teammate, stacking Rotwallow Venom on them, which makes their weapons poisoned. And then when the boss comes back and that teammate attacks, they'll do a whole bunch of dots. So, again, the Spectre can do a lot of preparation during that downtime to make use of it. Renegade is fine. Again, they just have to hit their, I believe it's F4 every 20 seconds, and that alacrity's covered. Firebrand, there's nothing really stopping them from using all their abilities while the boss can't be attacked. Same with the Mechanist. Although the Mechanist often uses the punching robot, which generates might stacks by punching. All the other boons that it provides are just like, be near me. And so your essential boons should be covered. Scrapper can still do boons, but the thing is, again, it uses combos. So if it does like a lightning field and then hammer leap finisher through the field, if it doesn't have a target, that leap finisher, it's just gonna go flying off into the sunset. So it doesn't really it doesn't really want to. And Untamed is kind of the same way because it can do ambushes without a target, but it may send itself flying. Scourge can spam barriers, which provides alacrity while there's downtime. That's fine. Harbinger can sit in stinky mode and pulse quickness, and that's fine. Bladesworn can Dragon Slash with no target, but it is very wasteful. They don't want to. Deadeye needs to be able to steal to provide their boon. Willbender needs to be able to hit things to provide their boon. We're getting down to I have to have something to wail on to provide the boon. All right, Berserker has to be able to Hulk Smash. Willbender needs to be able to hit. Chrono and Mirage need something to summon clones on and shatter. And Catalyst, I don't like you. I'm sorry. I couldn't get it to work. Oh my god. I couldn't get it to work. There's not a column on this sheet for, in my eyes, worst class I've ever played. But I'll tell you right now, okay? Worst feeling builds I've ever tried. All right? This is just bonus extra credit for you guys, okay? Top one, heal a Lack Spectre. Absolutely. Target a teammate, target the boss, make the teammate invisible, turn their attack off, target the boss, ambush the teammate, ooga booga booga, target the boss, target the teammate, you're invisible again, ha, target the boss. That felt trash, all right? Second place is Catalyst. Quick Catalyst, couldn't make it work after 2.5 hours. The entire system of, I have a class mechanic that summons a field, that I stand in the field, that it buffs me and encourages me to use my abilities in the class ability to buff my abilities, but if I do that, I won't have any abilities left to recharge the ability after the ability is over because the ability doesn't recharge while the ability is in effect. Like, it feels like it was designed by two people that didn't talk to one another. It has no cohesion. I don't like you, Catalyst. I don't like you. So that's down there. So I will say I don't know much about how it thrives in downtime because I couldn't even make it work in like proper time. So if there's a really good Catalyst in the chat, he might be like, no, that should be up there. I don't know. I could not make it function. Let's see. APM. Actions per minute. This is basically how fast is your wrist gonna hurt playing this class? Is your wrist gonna hurt? Berserker, number one in this category. Again, I joked about it earlier, but this is actually pretty accurate. You hit 2, you hit F1, 3, F1, 4, F1, 5, F1, 2, F1, 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 3, F1, 4, F1. Like, your F1 is almost every other click. And you just smash, 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 smash. And you're hitting other buttons too, and you're hitting your weapon skills, you're hitting your 6 through 0 occasionally, but you're hitting those, but your F1 is almost every other click. Extremely high APM. Every time you hit F1, it's a couple seconds of quickness for your group. Catalyst. Catalyst, I can say from trying it, it is extremely high APM as well. I was not able to succeed at it, but I know it's high APM. Firebrand, where the Renegade had one button that gives 20 seconds of alacrity, the Firebrand feels like it has 20 buttons that each give 1 second of quickness. So it's like I had this whole like button layout here, and the Firebrand's like, and that's kind of how it felt. It worked. It was functional. And it had lots of beautiful utility. Very high APM, lots of buttons to learn. All right? And as mentioned before, some of those buttons you're hitting 4 times each time they pop up to put them on cooldown again because they're mantras. Scourge is, you know, like you've got your 1 through 5 and your F1 through F5, and there's some nuances to when you use them, but largely you're using all of those. So the left, your left hand on the keyboard is going to be doing a lot. You're going to have a lot of button pressing over there. Chrono, the whole thing with the shatters is very high APM on DPS quick or DPS alack chrono. Scrapper, we're kind of getting to the middling ones. Scrapper isn't as bad, but it does have some APM, but I felt like everything after that was fine. Okay, so let's do gear. Okay, for gear, I actually have my other, this is the sheet I was scribbling on the whole time that I was doing this test. You could see this column right here. For many of the classes, you could just use Berserkers if you're power, or Viper if you are DPS. There was only a few that you use, like, for example, Renegade, I used Ritualist. Spectre, I had to use Ritualist. And Firebrand, you can choose. And then there was some that, like, Scourge was half and half. Tempest was half and half. Mechanist used a few pieces of Diviner, you know, stuff like that. So you can see here, and you can pause the video if you want to see this. These are the gears that were recommended as I tried these builds and what I used. And some people might care about that. Like if right now they're just a poor boy from a poor family, and they've only got the one set, and they're like, okay, what can I play with this set of gear? That's what those classes use. Okay, so melee builds and range builds. Now, I did my best in this. Here's the thing. There are many different ways to play some of these classes. Let's take Mechanist, for example. There's Sword Pistol, which is a melee build. There is Rifle, which is a ranged build, and there's Hammer, which is a melee build. All right, so because of that, Mechanist is in both columns. And this column's not a tier list. This is just a list, okay? Berserker, if you're power, is largely melee. If you're Kandi, you can use the longbow, and you can be ranged for a long period of time, as far as I understand it. Bladesworn is full melee. Herald and Renegade are full melee. Renegade can use shortbow, but the other weapon's melee. Firebrand, to my knowledge, is melee. Willbender's absolutely melee. Untamed is absolutely melee. I tried it with a longbow, and I lost like 4k DPS. It was a huge drop-off. Deadeye, I learned it with staff, so that was melee. Scrapper, I learned it with hammer. Tempest and Catalyst need to sit on the target. Range builds, Spectre, if you're doing Kandi, Longbow, Berserker. Mechanist with the rifle. And then all of these were full ranged. So that's my knowledge of those, of whether or not they're melee or ranged. There may be some builds that slip through the cracks, like maybe there's a Scepter Willbender or some heinous thing that I don't know about that would be ranged. And if so, that's completely fair. Just point it out in the comments. That's fine. Those are just the ones I know of. Okay. Can swap to full DPS easily. Chrono. By changing a trait, just one trait, not gear, not anything else, they can go from quickness chrono to alack chrono. There's another trait, the third and final trait in that same column, that is the DPS one. Now my understanding is that actually changes the rotation, and I haven't learned the pure DPS rotation. I know the quick and alack one, but the point is that they use the same gear for all three of those. So if you join a group and they need you to be quick DPS, alack DPS, or pure DPS, if you know how to play those two builds, you can just swap the trait and use the exact same gear and go. And that's very powerful if you pug a lot. Berserker can, and Bladesworn can both just change a trait or two and swap from the Boon version to the DPS version. Harbinger is the same. It can just change a trait, keep the same gear, and swap from the Boon version to the DPS version. Those are the ones I know of. If you know of any others, let us know. All right. Extremely rotational. Tempest, as I mentioned, it felt like it doesn't matter what's going on around me. That's not going to change what I'm doing. I'm doing fire, fire, overload, water, earth, earth, overload, water, fire, fire, overload, water, earth, earth, overload, water, fire, fire, overload, repeating. There's a few other buttons, but that's the gist of it, and you're really not deviating from that because that's what gives your group alacrity. And it takes a lot of time to do that. Like, it's, for the Renegade, hitting the alacrity button is a small, minuscule part of their rotation. For the Tempest, hitting the alacrity buttons is most of their rotation. So it's very rotational. Catalyst is very similar. Renegade, the alacrity part is extremely easy, but the damage rotation felt very rotational. Like, the Condi Alac Renegade was definitely on the more challenging side to play. And when I say that, I mean, like, kind of just past the halfway point. But it was because of that. And I really didn't feel like anything else went in this. Like, every build can have a DPS rotation, but this one felt like I was locked into it. All right. Stability, question mark. All right, can you get a boon providing DPS that gives your group stability on demand? Example, if you are running a heal Alac Scourge in your party, fantastic support, doesn't have stability on demand. Do not talk to me about Trail of Anguish, I will kill you. It doesn't have good stability on demand. They would pair very well with a Quick Herald. Quick Herald can provide stability to its group on demand and covers for what the Scourge does not bring. Other ones that can do that, Chrono has Well of Precognition. I remembered the name that time. It can give like stability or Aegis and stuff to its group if it needs it. Spectre has stability in the Shroud 5, but that's used in its rotation, kind of. But it also has a Well that brings stability, so they can bring that and have access to stability at any time. Tempest has a Shout for stability. Firebrand has lots of stability. This Firebrand should be higher up, but just know that it has lots of stability. Berserker can bring a banner that gives stability if it needs to. Mechanist has one button that does stability that they can hold. It's not great, but it is there. And Willbender could bring like Stand Your Ground. These are the ones that I knew of off the top of my head looking at all the classes that absolutely can bring stab to a group. Aegis, once again, Chrono has a Well for that. The two Guardians have tons of it. Berserker has a banner for it. I should probably, once again, let's just fix that right there. They should be above that. Scourge has Serpent Siphon, so they can give a stability, a Aegis when it's needed. Tempest and Kata have a Shout. Untamed it would be a DPS loss, but they could bring the White Tiger, Pet, or Stone Spirit, or both, to give access to Aegis to their group. They can do that. All right? And lastly, last column, my own personal enjoyment. What did I like? After trying all of these out, which ones did I love playing? These are almost tied. Untamed, I was able to do, I think it was 27k DPS, pretty respectable, and I provided quickness, and it didn't feel painful. It was the ambush system. It wasn't awful. Had a little bit of flexibility with like weapons and stuff. Like I could lose less than 1k DPS and swap to like maces, or use hammer, or use axes, or use sword axe, or dagger axe. I tried longbow too, but that was a significant loss in damage. But had a bit of flexibility, and you were able to bring a traded Spirit of Nature, which, as I mentioned earlier, was a 10-man res. Which was very cool. I still felt like I had some control of the situation. It has a huge lifesteal every time it ambushes, so it has some self-sustain and stuff like that. Hey, Exos Goddess, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. We're in the middle of doing a review for a YouTube video right now, but thank you. Appreciate that. The Scrapper has lots of self-sustain with the barrier that it generates on itself constantly, making it feel like an absolute cakewalk when you're going around an open world or even fighting Bone Skinner or something, because you're shielding yourself on a constant basis. You also have Function Gyro, which is a 1 to 3 man res. If it only reses one person, it's only a 20-second cooldown, and you can do it, like I said, every 20 seconds. So it has some control over whether or not the group is dying, and it does respectable damage and stuff like that at the same time. So I enjoyed that. Harbinger, it felt like the class was designed well when I played this. I was shocked by this because the Harbinger, like, I recoil from the Harbinger from like a lore perspective. Like a necromancer does necromancy. A Harbinger drinks vodka and just fires a gun. That's just a Russian. I've said that numerous times. I married a Russian. I know a Russian when I see one. All right. I still don't think of this as a necromancer, and I still think it's an affront that they got this, but it works very well together. Like, if you've only ever played Catalyst, try Harbinger, and you'll realize how bad you've really got it, okay? Like, the whole kit just works well together. It meshes quite well. The only thing on it that was kind of a con was the blight mechanic. You lower your max health while you're playing it. And so I went from like 25k health down to like 15k health during a normal gameplay. So if I made a mistake, I popped like a balloon because I was always reducing my own max HP by like 10k. So that was a little spicy. But it was full ranged. It was easy to keep the boons up. It had the very rare power to immediately give your group every boon in the game the moment the fight started, so you had no ramp up time on your party, and that was quite cool. Scourge, a lack Scourge plays pretty much identically to normal DPS Scourge, and Scourge is very strong. So it's like, even if you're just providing a lack or you're just doing damage, you're still throwing some barriers on your party. You're still giving your group some survivability while you're trying to kill the boss, and that's very powerful. And again, also it's full ranged, so a lot of advantages there. Deadeye, I don't main Thief. I'm not interested in maining Thief, but when I tried Deadeye, I was within a half hour able to pull over 30,000 damage per second and keep them essential boons up 100% of the time. The guide I got for that was well written, and it was a simple build, and I was able to pick up on it immediately. And it wasn't bad to play at all. So I enjoyed it, Whereas, some of these down here, it felt like pulling teeth. Mechanist, I mained Mechanist for like a year after EOD came out. I loved being the support that had a giant Gundam next to me. It was fun, and the DPS Mechanist is not too different from that. Now there's Condi Mech, which has like the weapons and flamethrower kit and bomb kit and grenade kit and mortar kit. So you've got 5 weapons, and it's a lot. I played Power, so it was a little bit simpler, and is pretty unga bunga at that point. If you're playing the Power version of it, it's pretty unga bunga because you don't have to juggle all those kits. Blade Sworn, we're starting to enter these stuff that I just was like, yeah, it's fine. I don't hate it. It's fine. Blade Sworn was fine. It wasn't difficult to play. It wasn't really rewarding to play. It wasn't insanely high APM. The biggest complaint is like anytime Whisper of Jormag would do his uppercut move, it would interrupt the dragon's the big slash. So if I was like 3 or 4 seconds into it, then all that time was just wasted because it would get interrupted, and that sucked. Because again, for those who don't play Blade Sworn, it's basically you do like no damage, no damage, no damage, no damage, 100,000 damage in a single slash. So if that big slash gets interrupted, it really sucks. Heralds was fine. It's no secret that I haven't really like loved the energy management system of the Revenants. The main thing with most Revenants is almost every Revenant build that you can find has you swapping legends on a cooldown. So if you need Chalice for stability for something, and you just swapped out of Chalice and it's time for stability, you can't because it's on cooldown. Or if you need the Centaur Bubble, you can't. It's on cooldown. Like, I prefer a playstyle where those moves that I will need for niche situations are available for those situations. And Herald and Renegade constantly are locked out of half their moves because they're constantly legend swapping just all the time. That's a personal thing. I love having a good Herald in my party. They're very, very good teammates. I don't like playing it just because the energy system and the rotation of the class. Firebrand, again, love having it in the party. Mountain of utility. Tedious to play. Because again, it's like you're hitting your 8 key 4 times every 20 seconds. You hit your 9 key 4 times every 20 seconds. You hit your 7 key a few times. You're doing your weapon skills. You're going in and out of your F1 and F2 and the F3 tomes. Maybe not all 3 of them, but a lot of them. So it's a lot of APM to get the same amount of quickness that Harbinger just farts. But it does have more utility if you can play it. But it's I would say it's very high APM, it's high skill cap, and it's extremely low hit points. So mistakes will make you pop. Willbender was fine. You get the zoomies, you zoom around the room, you do slashes, you do damage. It felt extremely punishing if I couldn't hit the target. So like if you're doing a raid boss or a strike and there's a moment where it goes invulnerable, your group will lose alacrity, almost certainly. You cannot like stack it up to like really high. You can't generate the alacrity while you don't have something to wail on. That felt bad. Spectre, probably tied with this middle section. It was fine. It was totally fine. Again, I hated Heal-alike Spectre, so I was surprised that I was okay with this one. But this one doesn't suffer from the same things that Heal-alike Spectre had to do, such as the ambushes on friendlies, rapid target swapping between the boss and a friendly, and making your teammates go invisible and turning their attacks off. The DPS Spectre didn't have to do that. Tempest. Tempest, although it has a lot of buttons, once you learn them, you're doing the same thing the whole time. Fire, fire, water, earth, earth, water, fire, fire. You're doing that the whole time. I got bored. In this entire column, the only class that I just flat out got bored was Tempest. I was surprised. Because it's just like fire, fire, waiting on the overload. All right, water, earth, earth. I could literally take my hands off the keyboard for seconds at a time during this rotation. Like, you're just watching your character spin. It was kind of like fishing. It was I was logged into the game, but I wasn't actually playing the game because I was just staring at something. And so I got bored on Tempest. But it's effective. It's viable. It did the job quite well. It had those niche things where it gives its whole group protection and 25 might. That was awesome. But yeah, just it wasn't for me. Chrono. I was surprised how much I disliked this one because I loved Heal Chrono. I loved it. And because of that, I was looking forward to this one. And part of it is this doesn't use concentration gear, whereas the Heal Chrono did. So this, the Alacrity applications or Quickness applications are half the duration, which means you got to get way sweatier than Heal Chrono did to keep the boons up. And it was challenging. I had to like try the rotation out while I was reading guides and chat was giving me advice with Chrono for, I don't know, it might have been 20 or 30 minutes in the test room before I got a single successful run where I kept the boon up. Now once I got it, and I was able to then go do strikes and raids with it and stuff like that. However, is the whole shatter system I found to be extremely tedious. Is like I use a move and make a clone, and then I wait for the clone to turn into, I use a ability, make a phantom, then the phantom does an attack, wait for it to turn into a clone, then I get 3 clones, and then I use those to do a shatter, and then I use a weapon skill to make a phantom, and then use the phantom to make a clone, use the clone to do a shatter, and on and on and on and on and on, and it was just, I've said it before, it felt like I was playing a mobile game down in the bottom left corner, and I wasn't watching the Guild Wars 2 in the middle of the screen. It would get better if I played it more, but I have no inclination to do that. But again, I loved Heal Chrono, so I was kind of surprised at how I felt about this one. Mirage. In the test room, Mirage was easier to learn than Chrono, and it was very, very easy to get up to 20k DPS and keep that boon up 100% of the time. When I tried it in a real environment, I was like, oh god, this is why no one plays this. Because anytime like the boss went invulnerable or we killed a target and swapped to the next target, I had to start over with clones. And the way it works for Mirage, for those who don't know, is you generate clone 1, clone 2, clone 3, you got the clones, then you start ambushing, then those ambushes have an animation, then your group starts getting alacrity. So there's like a few seconds of wind-up time on every new target before you start putting alacrity out. So it wasn't that Mirage was bad. It was that everything else that provides alacrity felt better. So Mirage is like, no one plays really Alac Mirage anymore in like PvE, and now I know why. It's not that it's a dead class. It works. It's functional. It's easier to learn than Chrono is, and it has the ambush system. Oh, and the Mirage Cloak. Mirage Cloak, you have to make sure you learn that too, because your dodge roll no longer rolls you. It dodges, but it doesn't move you. And so sometimes you might try to dodge out of a red, and you just go invulnerable for a second, and then you die because you're still in the red. So yeah, there is a learning curve to that too. But yeah, it's Mirage is not dead class. It's just that everything else does it better, so people don't play it much anymore. That's how it felt to me. Berserker. You ever go to do something you really don't want to do and you're watching the clock the whole time? Maybe you're in class at like a college, some required class you don't want to take. Maybe you're exercising, you hate exercise. Maybe you're doing yard work and you hate yard work. You're just checking the time constantly, wondering if you're almost done. I did that with Berserker. And I have never done that with a class in this game before. I kept checking the clock to see if I'd put in enough time. And I've never done that with any other class in this game. But I kept just like, have I done enough of it? Yeah, my God, it's still got another hour. Like, I kept doing that the whole time. It was like, I could do one thing. And it was some damage and quickness, and that's it. If you needed me to do anything else, that's a dang shame. And sometimes I kind of had like a bonding moment with my DPS. Sometimes I was like, all right, quickness is falling off. I need to stand in this fire and hit this guy with an F1 again to keep quickness on my group, or they're going to lose it. And I would like make a judgment call that it was better for me to stand in a red circle sometimes because it's what I had to do to keep quickness on the party. And I was told the healers, I was like, look, I'm sorry. I'm doing this with full knowledge of what I'm doing because I normally play healer, but I feel like I have to do this. So it was just like super high APM. You know, my hand hurt after 2 hours of playing this thing. And I was doing less quickness uptime than a Harby. And I had to get closer and stand in fire to do it. And I could do nothing else. I brought nothing else to the table. I didn't bring any other utility, any other crazy powers, anything like that. And I absolutely rank that as the second or third like worst feeling to play build I've ever played in the game. And if that one's the third place one, the second place worst build I've ever played in the game is Catalyst. Catalyst was the only one that I could never even make work in the testing room, so I never left the testing room with it. I spent 2.5 hours in the testing room, and I tried the Hammer build for a time. I tried the Snowcrows build for a time. I tried the Guildgen build for a time. I tried, I think it was Dagger Warhorn for a time. The best I got was like 19k DPS with like 90% boon uptime on quickness. But that was way worse than 5 minutes on almost any other class. That was like really bad. So yeah, like again, this one is not dead class. It just feels like everything else does what it does better. These two to me are now in my top 3 worst feeling classes I ever played, right behind Heal-a-Lack Spectre. These were absolutely brutal. And that's the last column. That's the last column. Yeah, personal enjoyment. I'm probably, after doing this test, going to spend more time playing DPS Untamed than I did in the past. And I really enjoyed Scrapper as well, Harbinger and Scourge. Harbinger, really powerful at what it did. Very cool, felt good to play. I didn't like reducing my max health by 10,000. That was scary. I did not like the Blight just destroying my own max health. So I will say I probably enjoy, like, this flowed really well. Like, ironically better than the guy with the ability called Flow, this flowed better. Scourge, extremely high APM, but I liked doing shades and stuff, helping my team with barriers while I was doing damage to the boss. Like, yeah, like if I had the option to, why not have a group full of just DPS Scourges and then just ignore the mechanics because we have so much barrier, you know? Why not? Like, it was so good. But yeah, that is all my thoughts after trying every DPS boon support in Guild Wars 2 for PvE. Whew. All right, and yeah, with that, if you've got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or corrections, I welcome them. Please remember, this is not a guide. This was my experience. This is just cataloging my journey of trying every single one of these for a day. And then that's how it felt to me as a newcomer to a lot of these. Yeah, there's going to be people in the comment section, oh, you didn't do that right. Like, oh, you played the wrong build of this. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Many of these classes, like if you ask the Tempest community, like, hey, what build? I want to play Tempest. What build is Tempest? It's going to start the new Civil War movie, right? Because they cannot agree on it. So I did the best I could. Firebrands, you guys are the same, so don't get uppity with me, okay? You guys wear a cape while you play. All right, so yeah, that's it. Correct me in the comment section down below, and I will fight you there. There we go. All right. It's done. It's done.
Oh, hey
It's
there,
done.
beauty.
All right. Woo! Now I'll stop ignoring chat. Let's catch up. Do you see yourself playing Deadeye in the future? Probably not. But not because of any hate. The Deadeye one, it was very easy to make it work. It almost felt like a low intensity build. However, what really gets my happy brain juices flowing is not big number. It's big save, right? I feel like big number is just like the standard. You know, like I'm a patient guy. If the group has 30k DPS, cool. If they got 25, we're gonna be there an extra less than 60 seconds. It's not a big deal to me. But if like the group makes a catastrophic mistake and then I, do a big Glyph of the Stars or Spirit of Nature and I revive all of them and then we finish the fight. Oh my God, those are the moments. Those are the moments I play for. Those are so good. So, and Deadeye just doesn't have that, so I'll let someone else play the Deadeye. I'll do something else. Do you plan on doing these for pure DPS? Maybe. Honestly, it's really easy content. I'm certainly not going to have as many columns for pure DPS, am I? I mean, pure DPS is just going to be like how much damage, how easy was it to learn, does it still bring any boons, stuff like that. Because I'm going to be real with you, pure DPSers, not much is expected of you. Do damage, don't stand in the fire. Like, dude, I swear, sometimes when I go to Slothosaur and I need some pure DPS to do the slubbling mechanic, it's like pulling teeth. You guys do not want to do anything else. So, there's very low expectations for y'all. So, doing it for those, I could possibly do it and then just talk about like how easy or challenging it was to learn. Can't wait to see you play pure DPS Deadeye pressing 2 buttons. Is it pistol unload? Oh, it's axes. Oh, I thought it was gonna be PP unload. As someone new to the game was still wondering what to play, I love this. Have you done such videos for pure DPS as well? Jerome, I recently did a video for all of the healing buffs. The healing supports. This video was for DPS supports. I've not done this for pure damage dealers. PP unload, yeah. Yeah, okay. For people that don't play Thief, their 3 button is different depending on what their main hand plus their offhand is. And if you have pistol and pistol, the 3 button's called unload. P for pistol, P for pistol. The community calls it PP unload. It's been that way for like 10 years. I wish that was true. The amount of times I am AFK brained, barely doing my rotation, I see my DPS like 18k, and then XS is 9k. I'm like, good job, everyone cries in room. Reposting now that you finished. Hey Muck, I was on a bit of a hiatus from Guild Wars 2. Which of the new weapons did you enjoy most, felt better to play? As someone who really enjoys support, the Warrior Staff wins. It is such an amazing kit. The only bad thing about the Warrior Staff is the Warrior. The staff's amazing. Like, it is, because it doubles as a crutch for that class. It is so good. But like, Chrono Healer feels so good, and it uses the new rifle. But it's just like, the rifle's fine, but the Chrono really complements it, and it works well together. The Warrior Staff is like, the staff is so good, it can carry the Warrior despite it being the Warrior. Shots out. Dude, it has a movement skill, it has Aegis, it has a heal, it makes your allies' attacks unblockable, it gives them regen, it gives them vigor. It has the move Bullet Catcher that blocks everything for a few seconds, then sends it back. Like, it has a very fun kit. It's crazy. It's also very popular in PvE and PvP right now. Yeah, it's wild. I just went to World v World and saw the 32 slot Pillager pack. Is it the cheapest way to get 32 slots now? If you have World v World currency, it's an option. It is an option. If you don't have World v World currency, here's a link to my guide on 32 slot baggy weggies. I envy people that could try all these builds while I'm stuck with Ranger for 12 years with multiple attempts to change. So Vitlog, for me, is I played this game for a long time, primarily as Ranger, and I got full legendary gear just because it was something to do while I continued to play this game. Because I just enjoyed this game. I didn't care what I was doing, so I worked on legendary gear. I was having fun. So after you get full legend gear, it's easy to just stat swap, right? So it was really easy to do these tests after that because I could log onto a character and give it full maxed out gear and then just change stuff and then do a test, and it was really easy. If I didn't have full legend gear, this would be much more difficult. I have it too. No, I'm saying I've got full like light armor leggy, medium armor leggy, heavy armor leggy, most of the weapons, all the accessories, sigils, runes, like relics, everything. Until you need to randomly buy a leggy pistol. Yeah, I think Scepter's the only one I'm missing now. I wish they put a lock on Spellbreaker. I wish they put like a 1 minute cooldown on Spellbreaker's ability. So strong. Is it better to get 32 slot bags or buy inventory space? I mean, it depends. I mean, if you buy another inventory spot, you have to put a bag in it. So it's like if you buy an inventory spot, you then need to buy at least like a 20 slot bag or something to put there. But it'd be, and also there's a max number of inventory slots. After you get all of them, getting bigger bags is the only way to go. Just missing Scepter and Trident? Yeah, I think so. Staff Warrior is amazing. It is, yeah. Yeah, like Ranger Maces is, hold on, I'm thinking of the different classes here. So, let's see, Rev got Scepter. Not really a fan. It's fine for keeping might up, but the ally targeting thing feels really bad. The Rev Scepter, I think it's the 3. You target an ally, you use it, they get a beam on them. And then 7 seconds later, the skill flips over to something else, and you need to hit it again to do some boons. And if you don't hit it within like 2 seconds, it flips back over. So you have to hit the button, and then between 7 and 9 seconds later, you have to hit the button again, which is a very specific requirement, and it doesn't feel good to play. Ranger, no, hold on a sec. Warrior got the staff, which is great. Guardian got pistols. It's fine. It's just range Conti damage. Unga bunga. Ranger got maces, which are fine. The main hand mace replaced. Like, I'm on Druid right now. This is mace right here. It's the main hand mace can heal or do damage. Engineer got shortbow. I don't like it. I'm not... Honestly, just the idea of our engineer that's using gunpowder and Molotov cocktails and landmines and mortar kits using a bow and arrow is offensive to me. Like, I am offended, right? So, because of that, like, I just really don't like it. But then, on top of that, the actual like gameplay of it, they fixed it a bit. At launch, it was terrible. It's a little better now, but I just really don't like it. What was the other one? Thief. What did Thief get? Axes? I haven't tried Thief Axes. Thief Axes is not a support thing, nor is it a DPS support thing. It's a pure damage thing. So I have not tried it out since the beta. I did one time go into PvP and got hit for like 16k by a Thief Axe, so I know it's busted. But I don't know beyond that. Light armor, Mesmer got the rifle. It's fine. It's a support thing. You know, it has that ability where you can launch a portal and someone could take it. I've never seen anybody do it for that, like ever. What else? There was the Necro Sword. So support Scourge has super freedom on what weapons it's going to use. And it can use the sword for high mobility on a build that otherwise has no mobility. Which is kind of funny, but it can, and that was kind of cool. I haven't really tried it for like a pure DPS thing. Elementalist Pistol, I don't like it. Because when I tried it with the Alak Tempest and the Quick Catalyst, the pistol, if you got... Okay, so for those who don't know, the way the LE pistol works is like you press fire 2 and your fire bullet floats above you. You press fire 3 and the bullet goes with the 3 skill and amplifies it. So if you do 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, like that, the 3 is always amplified. Let's say you mess up at one point during the fight, and you have the fire bullet after the 3. Every time you hit 2-3, the 2 will fire the bullet, and the 3 will make a new bullet. They've swapped, and now it's less damage. So if you, at some point during the fight, make one mistake in your rotation with your bullets, that mistake will carry with you the remainder of the entire encounter. I really didn't like that. I really didn't like that. Also, I found the weapon to be uninteresting. The fire 1, 2, 3, earth 1, 2, 3, air 1, 2, 3, and water 1, 2, 3 all look like this. Every single one of them just went bang, bang. And it also had a high chance for failure. So I found it really, really boring. And also very punishing if you mess it up. Just make 3 more mistakes and fire them all. Easy. There you go. There you go. So yeah, I wasn't a fan of Ellie Pistol. What was the other one? Necro, Mesmer, and the Mesmer Rifle, which was the support one, which is fine. So that's it. Wizard Kaz gun. Hey, I played Wizard with a gun. That was a fun game. You should play it. Pistol, big section on release for me. Gonna hunt some food. See you later. See you, Calterin. Going from 20 slots to 32 is a 12 slot increase. How much gold is inventory slot plus 12 slot bag? I'll let someone else do that math, but that is the way to go about approaching that problem. Can't imagine Scrapper without shortbow in World v World anymore. To be fair, I don't play World v World. I haven't in months, so that's fine. I tried hard to like Ellie Pistol, and I just gave up on it. The effort wasn't worth enough for me. Like, it was pretty easy and simple to play, but it's just when you finish a fight and you realize you've got a leftover bullet, and you're like, oh god, how many minutes have I had the rotation wrong? Like, you're hitting all the right buttons, but because you hit one button wrong 10 minutes ago, you've been doing the DPS lower ever since then. Feels bad. There's a marker for the bullets. Well, there's the thing floating above your character, and there's a buff on the buff bar. But your buff bar can go all the way to here and wrap around if you're in a raid, so it's, like, very difficult to find it. Mesmer Rifle 5 reminds me of Thresh from League. I'm always yelling, take the lantern. Yeah, I've never seen anybody take it. What would need to happen for you to return to World v World someday? If they do a weekend where there's unit collision. You guys know social awkwardness in fractals? Where people can bump into each other? Do that in World v World. World v World players, I know I'm an outsider, and that's fine. But please know that when I look at you guys and you have 50 people stacked on a pin, and like you can't even see the like 49 of them because they're all inside like a char or something, that is the stupidest looking thing I've ever seen. That is not appealing at all. Like, are you kidding me? Like, oh yeah, I fired a mortar in there, but the mortar hits 5 targets, so the other of them are fine. Like, what? And like, a Guardian can put up a blue bubble and it protects all 50 of them. It has no cap on projectiles or damage. A Guardian bubble can protect 50 people from 1,000 incoming arrows. There's no cap on it. Like, most skills in the game have a cap, but the bubbles of World v World don't. And you can stack on pins. I want to see a weekend where there's unit collision, and when a Guardian makes a bubble, like 5 people fit in it, and everyone else is on the outside screaming, "Let me in! Let me in!" You know, and they can't get into the bubble. There's not enough room. Then I think it would look interesting. I think that would look incredibly interesting. It's still sad the only class you refuse to even try is one of your main. I get it, that is strange. That you have to switch between damage and boon, but it can still give 100% lack at 25k damage. Why is it worse than the others? My problem was that boon range is 240-360. The only class you refuse to try. Oh wait, a lack druid? I mean, 100% lack at 25k. It just fundamentally does not look good. It does not look good. Like, the fact that, like, while doing this, I'm not doing damage, but this is what I have to do for a lack. So you have to stop damage to provide alacrity, like, entirely. Like, there's, like, you're saying, like, oh, yeah, but it does 25k damage. Yeah, but then the, you know, quick Deadeye does 38k. You know? It's like, okay, well, you stopping attacking to do that cost you, like, 13,000 damage per second. That's crazy. You do damage with 3 and 5. In astral form, the 3 does 0 damage. Behold. The 5 does a tiny bit, a little bit, but not a lot. Spellbreaker Bubble is crazy too in World v World since it's just like a much larger sanctuary. CC Blood Moon. Okay. So you're taking... Okay, so if you're taking Blood Moon to do Condi, then the 5 will do even less damage because the 5 scales with power. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. There's like no cohesion there. The 5 only does Condi if you take this trait, but you can't take this trait because this one provides Alacrity and it interferes with that. Spellbreaker Bubble is great. Dude, remember when Spellbreaker Bubble was mobile? Then they had to nerf it to become immobile because a Spellbreaker leading... It was literally, if there was 2 groups of 50 players charging at each other in World v World, and one of them had a Spellbreaker, that one won. The group with the Spellbreaker with the giant mobile bubble would win every time. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? Yeah. Yeah, just last weekend. Yeah, easy. Firebolt can get lost in your effects. Is almost the same as the buff from Fire 2 with bad... Yeah. The Firebolt has the same graphic almost as one of the other buffs that you get from playing the pistol. And also it can get lost within the sea of icons down here, yes. I was talking about on the buff area place, you really just need to know what you're looking for. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like the Fire Bullet and the Air Bullet and the Water Bullet and the Earth Bullet all look different. And like glancing down there periodically in that sea of icons to find one icon that may or may not be there to see if you did or did not make a mistake in the last 10 minutes. That's not good design. Like I can see if my Astral Power Bar is full because of this right here. If they want to have the Elemental Bullet thing, maybe have them float up here so it's just right there and it's always in the same spot. Just something like that. I'm just saying, like burying it down there is not good UI. That gives me Soldier's Focus flashbacks on Warrior. Condi Druid feels forced, like it works, but it doesn't feel like the class is built to accept Condi build. It works if you take the, if you take this, you know, it's just, you know, bing, 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 right across the bottom. But if you've got that, it's really awkward. And if you're saying like, oh, you know, you're doing this for the bleeding, like it's still a very small amount of damage while you're in astral form. Your damage still tanks very hard. If you have mini banner buffs, that icon can go behind the mini map. Yeah, you can move your mini map though. How do I? There you go. Everybody know that you could do that. You can click on this thing on the side and you can move the mini map if you don't like it. Little shout out to the newbies. Have you played Hades 2 on stream? Yes, I did it last night for over 2 hours. It was an absolute blast, and I'm going to play it more tonight after I do Guild Wars 2 in the evening stream. It was a lot of fun. Honestly, I haven't even hit anything that feels like early access yet. The whole thing just feels really good. Are you doing strike missions on EU? I could be convinced. I could be convinced. Actually, you know what? There's something I'd like to test. Hang on. Mike, what enrichment and fusion on Amulet do you use mostly? Hang on. Yeah, another reason that I didn't really try the DPS Elect Druid is there's like none of the major sites have guides for it. Which makes me feel like it's not viable. Like, I consider them to be smarter than me. And if they tried it and said it doesn't work, I'm like, okay. Like, if one of them had a guide for that I probably would have tried it. But, like, none of them do. Not one.
Let's rock.
Hey, what's up? Did you speak about the update on the Helldivers thing? I think the day of I did. TLDR for people who were sort of caught up on the Helldiver situation, PlayStation backed down and they removed that requirement. And now people are starting to change their reviews on it. The funniest thing about the Helldiver situation... Hold on. Helldivers 2 review cape. is... Let me see. Wait, where's image search? Oh, there it is. Okay. The funniest thing about the situation is people are submitting Helldivers 2 getting review bombed as a cape graphic for the game. Because you can submit artwork for the game, and they're submitting review bomb capes to be the next thing in the game. It does fit, yeah. Dude, even the lead dev retweeted it, which is how I saw it, and he's like, alright, this is amazing. That's actually happening. That's great. The CEO kind of confirmed they're doing it. I hope so. You know what would be funny? Is if to get the cape, you had to, it was a free reward if you linked your PSN account. The thing that started it all. Attach a cosmetic to that. Time for them to make those IRL. IRL? Oh my. Alright. I want to try a couple things here. Okay. Alright. So first, I need a baseline for how much damage I do when I play the best I can. I need something to compare data against. So, baseline. Alright, so right now, we're sitting right at 26k. Alright, so let's just say 26k. I was, keeping it there just barely. Okay, so, let me go to my, one of my scribble sheets here. Standard, 26k. Alright, so I had a few people that were, oh, I need to, did I respawn the golem already? Yeah, I did. I had a few people on YouTube told me, they're like, oh, I changed from Relic of the Thief to Relic of the Dragon Hunter. And I immediately got like 3k DPS. Let me read this. All right, hold on. So Relic of the Thief is upon striking an enemy with a weapon skill that has a recharge or resource cost, gain increased strike damage. Stacks up to 5 times for a 5% increase at max. Okay. Dragon Hunter is enemies hit by trap skills become hunted, increasing your strike and condition duration against them by 10% for 5 seconds. Okay. So I'm curious. I'm going to put the pet on passive. Does a pulsing trap apply that debuff repeatedly? I don't see anything. I didn't see a new icon up here or down here. So I'm not sure if there's any icon for Dragon Hunter. That's 5% versus 10%? No. It's 5% potentially all the time for 10% potentially sometimes. It's not just 5 versus 10. It's the glowing sword above the golem. Oh, this... Oh, it's this thing. Does anybody else see that, or do I just see that? Alright, so when's it wear off? There? Alright, so there's like 17 seconds left on the sword. Okay. Alright, so remove, respawn. Thank you for pointing that out. Alright, next thing I want to try. Frost Trap is the only trap that scales with power. Flame Trap scales with Condi. It does terrible power damage, but it has a much shorter cooldown. What if I do this? There's the sword. Gone. 3 seconds remaining. So I would say you with Flame Trap, you would have like an 80% uptime on that 10% boost. So let's try a couple things out. Test one with the old build. So we've changed nothing. Okay. I should have done the trap first. Alright, so we're looking at 25k. Like 25.2. Okay. Alright, so this one's a no. That's a slight decrease. So let's see. Remove Golem. Respawn Golem. So Dragon Hunter with Frost. I was gonna say like 25.2k. Okay. So let's try this with Flame Trap. Alright. I'm making sure to hit the Flame Trap before I hit any other big damaging abilities. We're sitting at 27k right now. This is a definite increase. So 26.9 right there. So almost 1k DPS above the Frost Trap thing. So Dragon Hunter with Fire Trap. I'll just say 26.9k. Interesting. Interesting. Thinking about anything else. Could go Devil Trap. Does it alternate them? Ah, I messed that up. Hold on. I'm gonna restart that one. I need to start with the trap before I do other things. It's about the same. It's about the same. I don't really like that. Because if it's close to the same, I don't like that. Because having Storm Spirit there is like a 400 break bar CC on demand. Because we're running the trait where the spirits hit twice. So this is, instead of 200 CC, this is 400 CC. Verso says, I'm coming back to the game. What should I do, Verse? Hello, Verso. You said coming back to the game, so I'm guessing you have played to, I don't know what level in the past. If you... I really don't have enough information about you just to answer. A couple of resources I can point you to. If you are so rusty that you forget the basics, that is a new player's guide. This is a video called Just Hit Level 80, Now What Do I Do? That talks about all the different things you could do in the game, such as strike missions, fractals, dungeons, raids, PvP, World v World, doing the story, things like that. You might find value in that video. I've done all of Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns. Gotcha. So you haven't done End of Dragons or Secrets of the Obscure or the stories in between those. I mean, if it were me, I'd be doing a little bit of the story each day until you've, like, caught up to the main story. And also work on world map exploration. Oh, I can't show it while I'm in here because I'm inside an instance right now. But I would do, like, a little bit of opening up the map and then a little bit of the story each day. I came back to the game after a 5-year break. I played at launch and then stepped away from the game and came back 5 years later. And that was what I did, and that worked for me. For the way you play this Untamed build, Fireworks Relic might work. What was Fireworks? Upon dealing strike damage using weapon skill with a recharge time of 20 seconds or more, you'll increase strike damage for a 6-second duration. Duration refreshes duration on stack. 20 seconds or more. Well, that's Hammer 5 and Axe 5. That's it. So I don't... You know what? Science. I'll try it. I don't think it's going to work out, but I'll try it. Does Firework react with Alacrity reducing cooldown? Well, the cooldown of this is currently getting reduced by Alacrity, so bonk. And yes, we saw Fireworks. It worked. Does it have an internal cooldown? No, it doesn't. Alright. Da-da-da. Da. 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 Yeah, we're doing about the same. 26k. It's, we've only got one skill on each bar that's proccing it. Let's see, remove and respawn. I'll write that test down, though. Standard plus Rune of Firework, 26k. So far, Dragon Hunter with Fire Trap has been the one that does the most. Interesting. We also did, where is it? We did a bunch of testing with the various weapons. Now, granted, this was me doing the test, so this is subject to my own mistakes. But this right here was me trying out the different weapons on it as well. It's like Sword Axe, Sword Mace... Sword Axe plus Mace Mace, Hammer plus Sword Mace, Hammer plus Mace Mace, Hammer plus Mace Axe, etc., etc., etc. The only one that was like a significant drop was Longbow. Everything else was really, really close. So if you just like really preferred, I don't know, maces over one of the others, you could do that. Let's see. What are we using right now? Force and Impact? Let's put that there, and that one's silly. It'll have to do. Burst. Force. And impact. I miss Banner Slave Warrior. Yeah. They always got into groups. Okay. Wait, was this Dragon Hunter? No, this was Fireworks. No, these have too long a cooldown for that. Alright. Let's change this to Dragon Hunter. And put Flame Trap there. Oh, he wrote down Rune. Oh, yeah, my bad. Hang on. Relic of Firework. There we go. Okay. Not working out. We're hitting like 24k. So Hammer Mace. Not really loving this. That was like a 3k drop. That didn't really work. Let's see. I don't really understand Relic of the Thief. Is it like if you have a weapon skill with at least 1 second cooldown, you proc it? Relic of the Thief is you hit an enemy with a weapon skill that has a recharge or resource cost. So I think pretty much any skill, then it'll stay up. So like 5% damage bonus like most of the time. How much Diviner gear are you running? I don't recall if I'm using any. Yeah, no, this is full Berserkers. And it keeps quickness up. Oh, hang on a sec. Just column setup, boons, quickness, uncheck alacrity. There we go. 96%. Yeah, we're keeping quickness up basically 100% of the time. So that job is being fulfilled. Is there any other weapons? Army space 25.5k. Oh, Mace Axe. Just check the Snowcrow's build. Let's see what the Snowcrow's build says. Hang on. Let's see if I can learn anything from that. Power Quick Untamed. Where is Power Quick Untamed? Here it is. So yeah, they're using full Berserkers, Relic of the Thief, and Rune of the Fireworks, which I am using Rune of the Fireworks apparently. Hammer, Sword, Axe, food utility, same utilities I was using. Am using those same traits. I believe the SAB ending today. ANET might drop an update on the final episode of Soto today. Even maybe a hint on the next X-Pack. I'm kind of looking forward to the next X-Pack. Maybe. It's Tuesday. If they're going to release any information, it's usually on Tuesdays. Looking here to see if I can learn anything from this. Why do they open with Storm Spirit? Frost Trap, Unleash Ranger, Relentless Whirl, Unleash Savage Shockwave, Unleash Wild Swing, Hold on, shockwave. Well, which one's that? It's 4-2. 1-4-2. Oh, I just realized I have a trait that increases the damage I do per boon. So I should give myself all boons a group would have, not just the required ones for damage. So like regen, swiftness, vigor, those are all acceptable. Maybe prot. The others I probably wouldn't bank on. Let's see. Hold on, do I still have the maces? I do still have the maces. It's fine. I'll test with maces, then I'll test with sword axe. Alright. We're not even breaking 26k right now. Alright, so let's try with these boons. We will attempt the default weapon. So let's go back here and do sword and axe. Did Riftbreaker ever get that multiplayer update? They're still working on that. They are still working on that. Okay, let's do that. And then sigils or force, and they're also working on the new expansion that has like a swamp biome. Okay, whoa, lag. We're hovering around 27k again. I'm 27.2 right now. Alright, so let's just pause there. So yeah, 27k-ish in ideal situations, I think, with this one. Hey Mike, would you mind trying something? Dragon Hunter runes with Herald Relic. Let me look at those. Hang on. So I would lose 25% boon duration, 175 power, gain ferocity and power. Dragon Hunter runes. Herald, Relic of the Herald. Use concentration after giving boons to an ally. That's going to be hard to test in the test room because I don't have allies in here, but I'll try it. If I'm doing that, I'm going to put this back to Frost Drop. Counts yourself? Yeah, but if I'm giving myself one boon versus giving a whole group one boon for 5 people, I'm going to get counted less. Alright. Whoa, I had some kind of weird thing with Unleash there. It went weird. Yeah, I don't know if it would be better with a group of people around me, but I can't keep quickness up like this. So, let's put this back. What was this? This was fireworks. Can I just search for ferocity? What else in here is ferocity? Or wait, no, not that. This is the one I want. It was fireworks, which is boon duration power. Is that the only? Is that the best one for that? Leadership. Precision. Okay. Alright, apply that to all. Alright, so far, the best results I got was Dragon Hunter Relic, and then having Fire Trap on the bar to proc the Dragon Hunter Relic. I don't think I've gotten anything above that so far. Was it a 28k for a second there? Actually, kind of staying at 28k now for a few seconds. At 27.5 now. Yeah, it's staying, it's hovering around that area. That's cool. Let's just say 27.5k on that test. Hey, thank you. Volby says, how do you know you played too much yours too when the microwave goes ding and you say grats? I mean... I kind of feel like that came from much earlier games. I know I picked up the whole saying grats when someone says ding thing when I played EverQuest in like 2001. Now, is it possible there was a game that had it before that? Yes. But that's when I first heard that. And that's because EverQuest had a very... Here, hold on. EverQuest level up sound. Can I find it? That was it. That was the ding in EverQuest. That's what it sounded like. Race change coupon win. That would be interesting, and I guarantee you they would make a lot of money if they sold that, but because you know, like WoW has that. But yeah, they've never done that before. Well, this has been pretty interesting. I wonder if there's anything else that can squeeze just a little more damage out of this. I'm enjoying this build enough that I want to put in a little more effort on this one. Death Strike, Path of Scars, 2, 3, 5. Why Path of Scars first? Do we have a trait that gives us more damage after disabling a foe or something? I know Soul Beast has that. Why? Why are they using Path of Scars first in the rotation? It's ambush and then Path of Scars, which is a pull. Why are they using the pull there? I don't understand. The sigil on your axe is 7% damage against disabled foes. Is it? Is that it? Sigil of Impact. Stunned or knocked down. Is a foe getting pulled a stun or a knockdown for purposes of the game? Let me see. Oh my gosh. I lost my target. Let's start that over. I was like, wee. All right, take two. Oh, I lost my food buff too. Dang it. Wish I could just have the food buff permanently in here. We're staying around 28k right now. And the main thing I changed is I'm making sure to use Axe 4 before the other stuff when I go into Axe. I'm waiting a second for Flame Trap before I Axe 5. It's 61k Axe 5 that time. Alright, well, I learned a new thing. I could definitely try to apply that. Does yours too have lock targeting to keep from accidentally clicking off of it? Lock targeting? I don't know what lock targeting is. I mean, like, if I tab and do that, like, it'll stay targeted even if I run around. But if I left click on nothing, that's how you detarget. If that answers your question. Let's see. So they do, what is that? 2, 3, 5. 2 again, unleash. Auto. Serpent Strike, unleash Ranger. Death Strike, weapon swap. Relentless Whirl. Wild Swing is 2. There's 3, 4. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. That's really close to what I'm doing right now. It's really close. I do find it interesting that swapping to a trap that does very little damage for me, but combine that with Relic of the Dragon Hunter ended up being a big DPS increase. Well, not big, but like 1 or 2k. How high would you get in enhancement or food? How high would I get? I mean, I guess it would depend if someone tampered with the food. I'm not sure. I haven't tested this with an enhancement item. What are they using? Seuss Vitae steak and a Supreme Sharpening Stone. Yeah, I haven't tested, like, honestly, every build I test, I'm a cheapskate and I just used a birthday cake and I don't use a Sharpening Stone. So I would need to buy some. I could do that, but I would need to purchase them. But I'll say every build I've tested, like for months, I've just been using a birthday cake. Sue what? Sue Vitae. See? Seuss Vitae. Every time I read that word, I think of that rap battle they did with the two chefs on ERB. Oh, what was it? It was the Gordon Ramsay versus Julia Childs, I think. And she had this one line in it where she was like, "Sous vide." What are you eating? A peanut butter and jelly sandwich. My wife was kind enough to bring me. Gamer fuel. I remember Coupe de Gracie. Of course you do. Of course you do. Let's see. It's not up here. Is the music on? Yeah, there's just no music in the testing room. Why? Oh, there we go. I hit that button and waited like 5 seconds, and I was about to say, why isn't this working? And then it worked. I'll leave your cars up. Help a Brit understand what is jelly, because apparently it's not jam like I thought it was. It's very similar. Typically it's like, I think in my experience jam is much thicker and it's harder to like spread on bread. So jelly is just like a little more leaning toward, you know, liquefied. Not that it's liquefied, but it's just like closer to that than jam is. Hang on. I'm losing a layer. It's too hot in here. Jelly is from fruit juice, jam is made from mashed fruit, preserves as chunks of fruit made from the entire fruit. We got people more educated on jelly in here than me. Hey, nice. We're here in time. Ah!
Fights for self-defense. Drakkar is not the enemy. Drakkar is an ally.
Muck, have you ever danced on stream? That's not really my thing. That's why I hired this guy. He's my dancer on payroll. You don't want to see my white skeleton flailing around. Nobody needs that. Just watch him. And nobody need that. Where do we slip in the commerce? Just put them in the wizard hat. How Muck not playing healer in meta events? I unga and therefore I bunga. No! No! Wow, I'm at 60 health. Spirit of nature, res everyone! Oh! Show me a Deadeye who can do that. What? He went untargetable and I went flying. Yeah, one of the troubles with sword axe is like almost every skill on the bar locks you in place. Is it worth it to change my main from NG, I hate mech, for a Rev? I mean, you don't have to play mech. NG also has Hollowsmith and Scrapper. Is this full burst? Yeah. Untamed can play full burst and still provide quickness. Why are you asking me to leave the map? Look at all these people here. You crazy. Imagine them all clicking yes and leaving you. I'd be so sad. Ah! Well, that wasn't very nice. No stability feels bad, man. It's in the walls. It's in the goddamn walls. At Muck, considering we're 2 weeks away from final setup update, when do you think they'll actually show stuff for it? Don't know. I would assume at least a week ahead of time. But I've been wrong before. It will be delayed. Also possible. Did you try Condi Quick Untamed? I did not. The Power Untamed had the Elite skill freed up, which allows you to bring Spirit of Nature. The Condi Quick Untamed wants you to bring Entangling Roots there for more Condi damage. And I was like, oh shoot, I want to be able to res my team, so I brought the Spirit of Nature. And they were almost identical damage. Also, the Unga Bunga Hammer is fun. Like, look at that. Look at that damage. Beautiful. New bow is interesting. Something on the shop. Hang on, I'll look at it in a minute. Another thing with power versus Condi, if the damage is equal, that usually means power's better, because power doesn't have ramp up time in most cases. Condi has ramp up time. So again, if they're like almost the same, usually you're gonna get better results on power because in the early part of the fight you do much better. Condi is typically better if it does more, like just flat out more damage. That way in a long fight it takes the lead. But it always loses in the short fights to power. Condi can move around and do mechanics of minor DPS loss. True. That is true. Depends on the mechanic. Ooh. Actually, I had to unsummon my pet there. It was about to die. The music, yeah. Back on ArenaNet was trying to be spooky. Hey, we res go. Mm. Hey, Muck, just found your Mass Effect playthrough. Any plans for Mass Effect 2 or 3, or not enough people interested? Honestly, I wasn't interested. I think if I had gotten into Mass Effect when I was much younger, I could have gotten into it. Like, when I played Dragon Age when I was younger, I did, like, so many playthroughs of that game. Mass Effect, I played Mass Effect 1, like, I don't know, a year or two ago. And I was kind of bored. Like, I liked it enough that, I just forgot the dancing guy was still on the screen. I liked it enough that I finished the game. But I didn't really have the urge to play more of it. Like, more of the series. Skip Mass Effect. I've already played Mass Effect, Banana. No! I knew that stomp was coming down, and rather than dodge it, I tried to just use my heal. Did not work out. Oh my gosh, my sword lunges are just taking me all over the place while he's, like, up there on the wall. Mug, did you see the meme of the day where the guy quits digging for the reach diamonds? Mass Effect 1 was the dirt, Mass Effect 2 and 3 were the diamonds. It was fine. Like, I would say that, like, fantasy, like swords and magic type fantasy is my favorite type of game. Sci-fi is my second favorite, but there's a big drop. There's a big drop. And Mass Effect was that second one. Muckus, Hades 2 good. If you liked Hades 1, you will like Hades 2. I've played 2 hours of it as the same vibe. Same incredible music, same great storytelling, same kind of combat. Different gods. So, well, some of the gods and goddesses are the same, some are new. There's some characters that are the same, some are different. Same humor. There's some funny stuff. But yeah, I am very much looking forward. My pet's about to die. I'm very much looking forward to tonight after we do the Guild Wars 2 weekly giveaway. We'll do we'll swap back to Hades 2 and play more of it. Hey, Snebzor, what's up, man? I find it difficult to get into single-player games after playing multiplayer games for so long. Have you experienced anything like this? I have the exact opposite. All right, I'm gonna be pretty brutal right now because I'm not in a group, so no one can feel like I'm making fun of them. I find it difficult to get into more multiplayer games because I'm just like sick and tired of other people dragging me down. And then like I take refuge in single-player games because in single-player games, if there's something wrong, I can fix it really fast. But in a multiplayer game, if something's wrong, I gotta wait for Jimmy to figure out that fire's bad. So there are times like when I have like a really bad group in some kind of multiplayer game, maybe it's Guild Wars 2, maybe it's something else, and then like I'll play a single player game and I'm just like, it's a breath of fresh air. Because I don't have to worry about other people. Jimmy's bad. Well, I mean, he doesn't think so. GG. I mean, in the case of Guild Wars 2 specifically, Sneb, like, just like you, I've done basically everything, right? I continue to play it for the love of the game, but I've done everything. So, like, for example, last week, my community convinced me to try Detroit Become Human. That was an insane storytelling experience that was about 11 hours long that I will never forget. If I had spent those 11 hours playing Guild Wars 2, I would have been redoing content I'd already done 1,000 times. I'm very glad I did that. Right. There is so many games that are like 10 hours long or shorter that are just incredible. That, you know, occasionally stepping away from your 5,000 hour MMO and visiting those and then coming back is just, it's so good.
My family's legend yet lives. Rest up. This fight's not over.
What's the 4 UI buttons you got after the Black Line trading post? Blish HUD and Blish HUD modules. Like that's a event table. That's this thing. This Patreon sound. Yeah, Asen wanted a gunshot for his Patreon sound. He's a weird dude. All right, lots of people telling me to look at the gem store. Hang on. I'll know what to get, chat. I don't know what to get. I'm full again. Okay. All right. Gilded Stratus Longbow. I mean, can I... Gilded Stratus. Okay, this is being stupid. Bank. Gilded. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Wardrobe. Weapons. It's not in here. Great. Yeah, I can't really see it. I can only see it like from the straight on view, so I can't see it from the top. I wish you could just like look at just the weapon. Like when you do this. Like this is what I need to do with that item. Get out the human? Oh my gosh. Is it on the wiki yet? Oh, I can't shift click that. This gets better and better. No, it's not on the wiki yet. So I have to log on to a different race of character in order to see what this bow looks like. Let's get the Arborstone stuff for the week. Lord Fitness says, can you advise me on what Alack DPS to make? This column here are your options. Bladesworn, Willbender, Renegade, Spectre, Mechanist, Tempest, Chrono, Mirage, or Scourge. Scourge is nice, does damage, does barriers on your team. Mirage, it's retired, don't play it. Chrono is a bit more challenging to play, but totally doable. Tempest is very rotational. If you like rotations, you know, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, you might love it. If you don't like that, then don't play it. Mechanist, if you play Power, it's pretty easy to pick up. Condi's a little more challenging. Spectre, not too bad. Renegade, keeping a lack up is easy. Doing damage is more challenging. Willbender, very easy, but requires a target to hit. If your target ever teleports away or goes invulnerable, you are bad until you can catch up to it. Bladesworn, pretty easy to play. But if you get CC'd or interrupted while you're trying to do Dragon Slashes, it's very debilitating. Not a den of iniquity. Hey, Ozmo. This is the wrong thing. I have not been remembering to do this. There we go. Easy. I'm curious, because the people were pointing out, why haven't I tried Condi Untamed? Hang on. Root Viper, Alpha, Axe, Dagger, Dagger, Torch. There's no CC on the weapons at all. Damage, 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 damage. No utility here. Is that spreadsheet public? No, it's just on my own computer right now. These are just my scribblings. And you're welcome to screenshot it, yeah, but no, these are just my scribbles. I don't even know that anyone else would find value in this information, but that's it. I will say that, like, I just finished my tour through all of the, for those that don't know, for the past month, I've basically been trying a new build every day and playing it for like 1 day. And forcing myself to learn the basics of like all these different classes. And then I've just finished recording a video that's like my thoughts on the different classes. Now, these are just my thoughts. This is not like a guide or like this is firmly what's in place. So I'm like, oh, I really liked how easy it was to pick up Deadeye. Oh, I found it very challenging to pick up Catalyst, stuff like that. Just, you know, my first impressions of all of them, things like that. What now that you've done them all? We wait on Noxxi to catch up. There's so much stuff in Noxxi's inbox with all these videos. Fun thing. It takes Noxxi, like the amount of time it takes for her to edit one of these, like, you know, I tried Untamed. She can do like 5 of those videos in the amount of time it takes her to edit one video where I react to Rose. Because there's so much stuff to censor. Dude, in one of his things, I didn't even see this. I because I was like, Noxxi, blur that, bleep that, blah, 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 blah. And then at one point, I'm like, wait, what did she censor here? I see a censor bar. I don't even know what this was. And I go back to the original video, and I didn't even catch it. Now, chat, I am not colorblind, but I just didn't notice it. He had in the background one of those messages that's like orange on green, so colorblind people can't see it. And it just said, fuck the colorblind. And I didn't even catch it because it was so faint in the background to me. But Noxxi caught it and blurred it out, and I just started laughing. I didn't even realize it was there. She spends so much time bleeping those videos out. Only one way to know. Oh, wait, I created a power quick on Tame Build Guild Wars 2 editor that's 107 less power, but 8% bigger crit damage, and is flexible. It uses Runes of Scholar, Amulet, blah 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 blah. I wonder if it would be a better choice. Try it out. Go, like, that was me earlier. Like, obviously, when I do tests, these are only me comparing against myself, right? When Snowcrows does these tests, they get way better numbers. So, like, this was me trying the Snowcrows rotation. I got 26k. Then I was curious how other weapons did. So I tried it with those weapons, 24. Those weapons, 24. Those weapons, 25. That one, 22. That was way worse. And so on and so on and so on. So, like, I kind of found out, like, wow, this is really close to this. If I just wanted to, I could play this, and it's almost no loss. But yeah, definitely, you need to just go test it out, as Snep said. Those Rose videos are hilarious. Yeah, they are. I told him, I was like, dude, how long do you spend writing these scripts? And he's like, oh, it only takes me 2 or 3 days to write a script. But then it takes me, like, what did he say? Like months of editing. It takes him ages to edit the videos. And I was like, yeah, I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. Let's say messing around up here. What was that? Sab.com. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Okay, that's done. We got a snub and a sub. Oh, so popular. Like, this sword, I was kind of hoping I would find something that did more damage than this one, just because sword axe. The sword 2 animation locks you. The sword 3 animation locks you. The sword 4 doesn't, or axe 4. Axe 5 does. So on this bar, 3 of the 4 special skills animation lock you. So I was kind of hoping to find something else there. I didn't. I could use some of the others, but knowing that they are a loss is kind of a bummer. Although, hold on, what was the... Nope, that's the wrong one. I've got so many spreadsheets open right now. Yeah. This one's kind of tempting, because Mace also does some random healing and stuff around you. So losing 500 DPS for random heals on your teammates and stuff is kind of cool. Not that the heals would be that powerful with this build, but it's a thought. Axe. Yeah, we tried that one too. Right there. Yeah, I think I did every power weapon. Linked the bow in game. Oh, thank you. So it just pops open a little bit. Weird. Looks like gold filigree on it. Trying to find an axe skin I want to use. It's like this one. A little bit more modest than ice all over me. There we go. There we go. Next series, every spec with full Selly build. Why? Selly has its place. I don't think everywhere is its place. Oh my god, chat, look. It's Thick Mario. It's me, a Thick Mario. Boom Sledge, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back, buddy. Appreciate that. Muck, when you were playing Kata Quick, were you running Diviner or full Zerker? Let me see if I wrote that down. When I tried Quick Kata, full Burrs. I was doing full Berserker. And I think I even tried swapping some gear in for more boon duration. Like I changed the relic and I changed like half the gear. And on my best attempt after like 2.5 hours, I did 21k DPS with 90% boon uptime, which was worse than like 10 minutes on almost any other class. His bot is named Jade Luigi. Oh, is he a mechanist? I didn't even see that. Yeah, he is. Jade Luigi. As a Mirage player, I'm just sad. Mirage was fine. Like, it's viable and stuff like that. It's not dead. It still works. It's just that everyone else does its job better, it feels like, after trying it out. But just so you know, you don't have to get a whole armor set of Rit gear for Condilac Scourge. You can use Toxic Maintenance Oil and some Rit rings to get 50-20% boon duration in your set. Noted. Yeah, for a lot of these builds that I don't know as well, I was like, okay, I'm going to do whatever the professionals tell me to do and just talk about my experience. So like, if Hardstuck had a guide that said do this, I did that. If Snowcrows had a guide that said do this, I did that. If Guild Gen had a guide that said do this, I did that. You know, and people be like, why did you choose? And I'm like, because they told me to. That's why. You know, yell at them. You know, that's why I chose that. Because they said to. I don't know what I'm doing. But did you do this? No, I did not do this. I did not do this. There was quite a bit of that. Like, why did you take this utility? And I was just like, because honestly, because their guide said to, and I didn't know what I was doing, so I followed their guide. That's it. That's the truth. Let's see if anyone's doing either blame. Returning player here after 10 years was wondering if Dual Sword Necro is any good, since I don't see much videos on it, and not on builds like Snowcrows. Thank you for all your guides. You're very welcome, Valkyrie. I have tried out Sword on Support Necro, and it actually works decently, because Necro can use any weapon for support, and the Sword gives them a lot of mobility, because they can zoom around with it. Chat. Do you have an answer for our returning player? How is dual swords on a DPS necro? Just raw damage necro. I don't know the answer, so I'm going to use my power to ask all of you. Got a few people saying that they enjoy it on Power Reaper build Valkyrie. Looks like there are some dual swords enjoyers. I don't think anyone's doing this meta right now. Okay. Shadow Behemoth's about to spawn. I could go ahead and Shadow Behemoth. Let's see. Shadow Behemoth was the first world boss I ever encountered. Yeah, you know that meme of Hillary Clinton and she's just like... That was me when I first saw Shadow Behemoth, chat. Not even joking. I was just in awe. Skimmer. Anyone here doing this? Oh, a couple of people here. Thank you, we'll give it a try. Sure. What had the easiest rotation of the support DPSs? The easiest. Power Mechanist, Harbinger, Herald, if you follow a guide, Scourge, Deadeye were all very easy, in my opinion, to play. There is a Condi Mechanist build that juggles 4 kits that's way more challenging. I'm talking about Power Mech. Herald, if you deviate from the guide, you have a lot more you have to learn, but just Herald following the guide was not bad. Scourge is pretty simple, but it is kind of high APM. You might have a sore wrist after a while. Harbinger is pretty simple. Deadeye, literally, for damage, was if I have full initiative, hold 2 until it's all gone. Then do other things. Oh, my initiative's full, hold 2 until it's all gone. It was, and yet, this was the only support DPS that I broke 30k on, like, the first try. And then it kind of gets more complicated as you go down. Part of what I said was a meme. You get the point. There's a more realistic point. Find a Selly build for each spec and see which ones suffer the most. Selly tends to be a really good suggestion for starting players, since the gear trends towards pretty durable while doing reasonable damage. I'll think on it. I'm not going to commit to say that I'll do that, but maybe. Bing, 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 ba, bing. Gonna do the New Vegas DLC. I don't think so. New Vegas was like pretty fun at the beginning and in the mid game, and I am just kind of feeling like really deflated and let down in the end game right now. So. And definitely, you know, having 7 crashes in 70 minutes, you know, was certainly took away from the experience. But yeah, if like if I finish the main story the next time I play it, which I think I will, I'm probably done. Dang it, get back down here so I can hit you. I gotta hit him with more body blows so his chin comes down shut. I learned that on Hajime no Ippo. Selly is that good. Selly is quite good. You can take a raid group and have everyone in Selly. Like, I think Teapot and Hardstuck and them did this once. You could clear a raid with the whole raid in full Selly gear. In fact, in some ways it's easier because everyone's kind of tanky and they don't die easy. So, like, you can do that. Now, it'll take a little bit longer because people's DPS will be a bit lower, but it's possible. It just depends on what your group wants to do. DPS checking many rates like 7K. Yeah. Yeah, I've mentioned to people many times, if your whole group can do 10K DPS, you can clear most of the raids in the game. If you're doing 20 to 30, it just gets way easier. What's a good class for PvP and a good class for PvE? All of them and all of them. That sounds like a cop-out answer, but I swear that's the truth. It just depends on what you want. I'm just gonna throw an AoE res there. Easy blunder. Oh my goodness. I was just trying to go help these people. Yeah, slap! Oh man. I don't have the AoE res off cooldown right now. Spark says, hey, I'm working on the final steps of your Soto Sky Skill video. Just want to say thanks for the content. First time viewer on Twitch. Hello, Spark. Welcome. Nice to meet you. I hope the guide was helpful. It's funny, chat, when someone comes in, they're like, hey, I just saw one of your videos. My first impulse, like, I don't know if this is healthy or not, but I swear it's true. My first impulse is like, oh no, they're here to, they're here to pick, they're here to, like, did they like it? Because, like, if someone's just like, hey, I just saw one of your videos, I want to talk about it. Like, no. Like, where do you get off saying that Catalyst is a class people are allowed to play? How dare you? I swear I hate it. Whoa. My guy haven't complained about your Twisted Castle guide. You weren't tired enough. It's funny, that whole Get to the Point series kind of like got to the point where, it kind of got to the point where it was just me sounding like angry in all of them. And there was quite a few people that didn't understand that that was just me playing a character. And they were just like, can you be nicer in these videos? You're just so abrasive. I was like, no. I'm sorry. I'm dodging out of that. AoE res. Boom! Get to the point vids are my favorite. Thank you, I'm quite proud of those. My claim to fame. Another crazy take, you don't actually lose that much time by playing 4 healer supports. You lose the most time by wiping and transitioning to bosses. Yeah, I agree with that. If you're struggling to beat a boss, but you're not like having an enrage timer, yeah, friggin' throw in some more supports, absolutely. Put a Scourge and a healer in every group. He's backtracking on those videos because the Kick the Engineer didn't age so well for him. Ah, reference to the Karen video. Yeah, in the Karen video, I was like, get a Guardian to do this. You don't have a Guardian, Kick the Engineer. They don't do anything. Get a Guardian. And then Mechanist came out, and NG got access to a lack, and NG got access to quickness, and I was like, oh, now they do something. Heal Scourge and Herald for uptime. Yep, and then 2 DPS. Was New Vegas the one with the strange ending concerning a super mutant, or was that 4? It wasn't 4. I played 4. It wasn't that one. I don't know if it's gonna be a New Vegas thing. Where yeah, I've seen the screenshot. The guy's like, you're like, hey, can you open the door? I'm gonna die in here. And he's like, something like, no, my friend, this is where fate has led you, and I would not take that away from you. And he just lets you die in there. I've seen the screenshot. I don't know which one that's from. One person in chat said I think it was 3. Hello all, just a quick look in as I'm off for my night shift. Light deck, you voyeur. My ideal 4 healer comp is Chronos, Scourge, Herald, and Druid. Only problem, Druid suffers because you don't get enough CA. Yeah. So you might drop Druid for the Scourge. No, the poor Druid. Yeah, Druid has to be doing some healing to generate astral power to do more healing. If they're not doing enough, they can't even generate like Alacrity. Or Sneb, you could just have 10 DPS Scourges. Surely that would be enough cumulative barrier to live through anything. Easy. Oh wait, 2 Harbies for quick. I've tried that, and you're right. Oh, I knew I had seen a video of, I don't know if it was involving you, I think you might have been in the group, of like 10 Scourges versus Slothosaur, and they just like stood in the middle of the room. Because I've referenced it a few times, and it was so fun to watch. It was silly. It was an absolute abuse of game mechanics. Okay, he did. Yeah, for those that don't know, Slothosaur's a raid boss, and the room has like a layer of poison on the ground, and you do a mechanic to remove it in some places, so you have somewhere to stand. They ran in there with 10 Scourges and had so many shields that they just stood in it and ignored that completely and then just did the fight. Easy. So basically Scourge does mid DPS. It's not even that bad. Like, hold on. Do I still have the spreadsheet number 3? Hang on. So DPS ranking, it was down here. Okay, so let's see. If I'm using Snowcrow's benchmarks as a reference, because they're better than me. Hang on a sec. All right, the top Alacrity DPS build, if played by God, does 36k. All right, Scourge is 32. Yeah, it's lower. That still ain't bad. Now, if it was in my hands, I'd get maybe 20 to 25 because I'm not them. But still, that's more than viable, and it's also doing constant cleansing and constant barriers on your group. That's another thing that's really cool about Scourge. They cleanse a condition off their whole party every 4.5 seconds. That has a lot of value. That's really nice. That is really freaking nice. Like, sometimes you're gonna be removing stuff that's problematic before the healer even realizes it's there. I'll cash in that 4k for the barrier. Right? Yeah, I would too. Barrier utility? Absolutely. Have you done Canonless Sabbatha? No, I haven't. Pretty much every Sabbatha run I've ever done was with a pug, so it's always been the normal way or the pug way, which is like the normal way plus screaming. No, I've never done Canonless Sab. I've never had a static for raids in Guild Wars 2. F2 converts burning into Aegis. Can you link this site? It's just snowcrows.com, but I'll link up the page I have open right now if you want it. I have 12k health. How do y'all have 20k? Okay, so Valkyrie, a couple of things. One, there is an item that was added to the game in End of Dragons called Jadebot Cores. And if you go to Jadebot right here, it's this item right here. And this gives a bunch of vitality. So currently I have 21k health. If I take this off, I go down to 18. So I'm getting like 3k-ish health from this item. okay? So that is often a big thing when someone asks, why is my health so low? So you can buy a Jadebot core on the trading post if you want to, but you get them in End of Dragons if you want to get it yourself. Also, different classes have different amounts of hit points. So I've got 21k health on this guy. What's the squishiest class? Guardian? Let me log on to my Guardian for a sec. Alright, my Guardian... Oh, he's not in Berserker gear. One second. Okay, here's a Naked Guardian. 13k hit points. So this guy, if he was in full Berserker, has 13,000 health. And if he didn't have a Jadebot core, he'd have like 11 or 12. So some classes have lower base health than others. It also depends on your gear. If you are a DPS in full Berserker gear, that doesn't offer you any extra health at all. But if you're in Ritualist gear, that gives you some extra survivability. For example, that's just off the top of my head. Ellie and Thief are squish. Are they squishier than Firebrand? I knew Firebrand was low. I thought it was lowest. It's based on hat size. eyebrow. Ellie is no hit run simulator. Dude, I felt like I was playing Ellie. When I went into was it Quick DPS Harbinger and I had 25k health, but then my own blight mechanic removed 10k of my own health, so I only had 15k. I felt like a balloon. Like anything that looked at me, I just went. Firebrand, Ellie, and Thief are the same base hit points, I think, but armor's lower for light, of course. Typo was playing Renegade. Gotcha. How do you get the names of the locations on your screen like that when you load into them? Good question. Nobody's caught on to that yet. That is from Blishud, a module that is called Regions of Tyria. So, hold on, I'm trying to remember my module repo. So you go in here and go to Regions of Tyria. If you don't know what Blishud is, imagine it's like a library of 50 mods and you can just flip them off or on with a button click. Regions of Tyria is right here, and it does that big fancy intro when you go into a zone. I actually talked to that guy the other day for a few minutes because I went into a strike mission and it said now entering, and it was just like 013455AB square. It was just like JavaScript off the side of the screen, and I was just like, and I took a picture and I sent it to him and I was like, hey, I think this one's a bit much. And he's like, oh my god. He fixed it. Blish keeps disappearing for me. For me, anytime I restart my computer, I have to run Blish as an admin. I think it's supposed to come back automatically, but mine doesn't. But I haven't really troubleshot it at all. I just deal with it. But you could talk to the community on the Blishud Discord is really nice, and you could talk to the people that are the devs, and they can usually give you advice if you're having trouble. Vic says Necro and Warrior have 19k base health. Have you ever played a class that you lost your mind trying to make sense of? Yeah, last week, Catalyst. Like, oh my god. I don't want to rant about Catalyst again. Yes, the answer is yes, okay? It's a firm yes. Do it, rant. No, I've already ranted about Cata twice today. No, I don't want to be the ranty guy. Stop it. Cata was so good when it gave free quickness. Oh my god. Sneb, I tried it for the first time just a few days ago. And, I was trying to play the quick Cata. Oh, dude, the struggle was real. And, like, I spent 2.5 hours on it, and I tried multiple builds, multiple weapon types, multiple ways of playing it that I could find online. And I could not get 20k damage and, like, 90% boon uptime on quickness. And that was after so many tries. And with many of the other classes, like Harbinger, I was able to do that in 5 minutes. Some of the others maybe took a little bit longer, like Chrono, maybe took me like 20 minutes to kind of wrap my head around. But in 2.5 hours on Quick Kata, I could not make it work. I could not make it work. Heal Tempest was so good when everything was 10 man. You know, I had someone in a YouTube comment yesterday tell me, did you know that the road from Herald Jalis is 10-man stability, not 5. And I was like, are you sure? And they were like, yes. And I had never heard that before. If that's true, that was new to me. I did not think there was any more 10-man buffs left in the game like that. Let's test it. Oh yeah, let me just pull 9 people out of my pocket. Is that a raid in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? I'm happy there's a raid in my pocket. So like, hold on, let me go to the bank or something. You can't all be standing on the same tile. Oh shoot, and I think I immediately understand what you're saying. Alright, so... there's not enough people here. Miss Luck. So the whole, okay, so there's a 5-man application for each square of it? Kind of like how Druid can provide 10-person alacrity. I'm gonna bite the bullet here because I'm supposedly a Druid main. How does Druid do 10-person alacrity? Like, I remember it used to have 10-man. Was it Might? This is crazy. Yeah, I was, the guy that left the YouTube comment, he said his raid group has a Herald in both groups, and they alternate roads, so the whole raid has stability 100% of the time. And I was like, what? No, I've never heard of that. You can keep a lack on both groups, it's about positioning. Oh, you're just saying the Druid does enough uptime that if he runs back and forth between the 2 groups that he could keep it on both of them. So it's not like, it's not some weird gimmick like the road. Essentially, yes. Okay, I can understand that. So you have like 2 stacks of people, and you're like astral here, astral here, astral here. I can understand that. Okay, okay. Yeah, again, pug life. People I play with are not that coordinated. Understood. I think Ian was solo heal light druid for a while on stream. Muck, thank you for doing what you do. It's nice to have an invested and wholesome creator for the game you like most. Thank you, Brownie. Appreciate the kind words. I like a lot of games. Guild Wars 2 is definitely my #1. I'm not going anywhere there. I actually recently made a video on Timberborn. I've fallen in love with that game in my free time. If any of you liked SimCity or like Oxygen Not Included, Timberborn was a lot of fun. I recently enjoyed that one. Condi Scourge and Condi Virtuoso are both written as 1 out of 5 difficulty in Snow Crows as a Condi DPS. I know Vert, but how do you find learning Condi Scourge? Is 1 out of 5 supposed to be the lowest or the highest setting? I hate those scales. I will say, I found Condi Scourge very easy to pick up because many of the buttons are just press them when they light up and you have a moment. Some of the buttons, like, hold on a sec. I'll show you for a sec. I'm gonna give you some insight into the way my brain works here. Processing. Okay. All right. So many of the buttons on Condi Scourge, you just kind of hit them when they light up. Many, like, Plague Lands. As long as the boss isn't about to go invulnerable, hit it when it lights up. Most of your weapon skills. However, some of them kind of pair together. For example, when you use Blood as Power, you put a big dot on that guy and a big dot on yourself. But then, when you go into Shroud, because of Plague Sending, any big dots on yourself go to him. So you use Blood as Power and Shroud together. So you go dot, dot, take this dot. Okay? So those two are friends. You use those buttons at the same time. That's it. Just mentally pair those together, use them both when they're up together. Okay? The rest of the stuff is like, okay, you want to have at least one shade up anytime you use a shade skill, because you've got traits that boost your skills if you have a shade active. So anytime I use any shade skill, I hit F1 first. So F1, so I'll be like, oh, these are up. So I'll do like F1, F2, F3. And then when this comes back up, I'll be like, oh, F1, F2. So on. So in my brain, that's how I do it. I do like, oh, something's up, F1, then that thing. So that's how I make sure that my shades are up, because you want to keep one up at all times. Stuff like that. But then a lot of these other buttons, like the weapon skills and stuff, you kind of just whack-a-mole. So yes, I would say I feel this is pretty easy to play. However, you are doing a lot of button pressing up here and over here constantly. So it's a build that if you had like a carpal tunnel in your left wrist, I would advise that you avoid it. But yeah, it was I felt it was pretty easy to pick up. It's not too bad. Doesn't F2 do the same? No, F2 gets rid of it. F2 converts the condition to a boon. You don't want to cure the bleed, you want to give it to that guy. You know, because the blood is power is a big dot. You want to give it to the enemy, not just remove it. I'm a heal Scourge main for healing, but never tried using it on Condi DPS. It's not too different, because the Doomfire skill makes your shade skills give burning. So even though a DPS Scourge's #1 priority is not doing barrier, they will still press the barrier button because it sets the enemy on fire. And then they're also providing barrier. So the buttons you're pressing for DPS Scourge and a lack DPS Scourge are not too different from Heal Scourge, with the exception of the fact that you're not usually running blood magic, so you're not like pulling people out of things, because that's not your job. Have you tried DPS Vindy before? I have not, because Vindy, so my recent tour through the DPS was the DPS that provide essential boons, such as quickness or alacrity. Vindicator does not provide one of those. It is a popular support in PvP, and it's a popular DPS, but it doesn't provide any of those boons, so it didn't fit into the role that I was practicing. So I have not tried it since a very long time ago. Thanks for the stream, though. See you, Jackals! Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here in just a minute. I'm going into overtime. At least press 80% of your kit on cooldown button mashy support. Wait, what is the least press 80% of your kit on cooldown button mashy support DPS? The least press your whole kit on cooldown? I mean, all of them have a semblance of a rotation, right? Like for Berserker, it's like 2 F1, 3 F1, 4 F1, 5 F1, 2 F1. Yeah, F1 is like almost every other ability. Bladesworn, you use some skills, charge up the gunblade. Use some skills, charge up the gunblade. Herald, you're swapping between legends. You're like, I'm a dwarf, I'm an assassin. I'm a dwarf, I'm an assassin. You're swapping back and forth and hitting stuff. Renegade, the boon is really easy. You just tap one key every 20 seconds, and that's the boon. But doing, I found the Condi DPS Renegade rotation to be challenging. Firebrand, you have 20 different buttons that each provide 1 second of quickness, and you do this. That's Firebrand. You also have a mountain of utility at your beck and call anytime you want it. Willbender, you zoom around and make airplane noises. If you can't hit the thing, you suck. You're not giving buffs to your group, you're not doing damage, you have to be in melee range of the target to be good. Untamed, not too hard to pick up. I have really fallen in love with it. It's basically, there is a semblance of a rotation. You're basically going in and out of Unleashed to go in and out of ambushes, but it does have a little bit of freedom in its utilities, which allows you to bring like a Aegis if your group really needs it, or AoE Resurrect if your group really needs it, stuff like that. Spectre was pretty straightforward to pick up. It does have a rotation. You're going in and out of Shroud constantly. Deadeye might meet your qualifications. You're doing a few buttons to keep the boon on your party, and then you're kind of just spamming the 2 key. And then you have a lot of freedom of what you're doing the rest of the time. So Deadeye might be your requirements. Scrapper, I learned it with Hammer. It's mostly about doing combos. It's the only class that has to do combos. Mechanist is super simple, Unga Bunga. Tempest is basically about learning a dance routine. Like you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it does not matter what's going on around you. If Jimmy is burning in fire or if Chad has his head stuck in the ceiling, you ignore them and you keep doing your dance. That's Tempest. Catalyst, I don't understand you. Harbinger, very smooth to play. It feels good to play. It feels like they put a lot of thought into the class. It's also squishy because it has a lower max health pool because of Blight. So you're fragile. You need to not make mistakes on it. Scourge, I just talked about Scourge. It's pretty simple. Chrono, I found to be a bit complicated. You have to do this whole shatter minigame that I found to be... To me, it felt like I was playing a mini mobile game in the corner of the screen and then trying to do Guild Wars 2 at the same time. Mirage, I can't advise playing Mirage right now. It's fine. It's not a dead class, but everyone else does what it does better at this time. Did you discover any new low-intensity builds you consider adding your low-intensity builds? Maybe Staff Deadeye. Staff Deadeye is a couple of keys to keep up quickness, and then it's hold down the 2 button for damage, and it's 30k. That's literally it. You hold down the 2 button if you have full initiative, and then if the target's under 25% health, you could swap to daggers and hold down the 2 button for Heartseeker. It's not even a different button, it's the same button. You just weapon swap 1 time at 25% health. It's just, yeah. So it would, I don't know if it would technically be an LI build, but it's absolutely an easy to learn build. I could say that. And it's like 30k damage, which is wild. Muck, speaking of Tin Man Boons, Mesmer with Master Manipulation, Chaos, Mass, and Viz is lots of Aegis with 1200 range. That's a very unique power. Okay. Yo, if I need to give someone Aegis at 1200 range, either me or them are doing something very wrong. One of us is doing something extremely wrong. Staff Dead, I definitely felt like a low intensity build. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. It was not bad at all. I think one of your issues with Firebrand is you didn't like to pop something like Stand Your Ground or Retreat periodically. I definitely never tried a build that used Retreat. I did use builds that used Stand Your Ground periodically. I have actually got 0 experience with Retreat. Or isn't it Advanced now? I think they changed it to Advanced. Yeah, Advanced is the Aegis one. I used it for a Demo CM, very useful. The cooldowns lined up. Okie dokie. All right, chat. Thank you guys for a wonderful morning stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. A couple plugs on the way out. If you happen to be new to my channel, my name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back later this night. Later tonight. If you would like to join me then, I'll be doing Guild Wars 2 on the NA servers for half the stream, and then trying more Hades 2 for the other half of the stream. And we'll have a giveaway tonight, which we do every Tuesday for those who are interested in that. A couple quick plugs. If you're watching me on Twitch, please hit that follow button. On YouTube, like and subscribe. It is a huge help if you're watching me on either platform. I do stream to both platforms, for those who don't know. And these are links to my 2 YouTube channels. If you'd like to see the edited content, guides, and stuff I make for the game, they're on the main channel. The second channel has got a playlist for every game I do on stream. So like if you want to watch the full playthrough of me playing Fallout, or me pooping my pants playing Amnesia, something like that, it's all on that second channel, sorted by playlist. And special thanks to the patrons. They are awesome, and I could not do it without them, and there's a link to that if you want to be one. With that, let me see who's live right now, and see if I can drop a raid on someone here. Let's see, is Sister online? Is Laura live? No, Laura's late. Dang it, Laura. Oh my gosh. Chat, for those who don't know, I gave chat the ability, the option to name my pets, and my Ranger's turtle pet is named Laura the Late. They did originally name it the Late Laura, and people thought she died, and I was like, oh god, so we changed it, and now it's Laura the Late. Looking for, let's see, Sam is live. Is he doing English right now? I know he knows more languages than I do. It looks like he's doing English right now. I'll show some support to Sam. He's all right. Are you waiting for Laura to start again? No, I'm not waiting on Laura to start. All right, I'm gonna surprise this guy. He is currently streaming to a more modest number of people, and we're about to blow that number out of the water. So chat, I'll see you guys on the other side. Be nice. If you like this person's content, hit the follow button. If not, that's cool. People have different tastes. Just politely leave, and I will see you guys back here in about 5 hours for the evening stream if you'd like to hang out with me then. See ya.
There's nothing really worth it to gamble for.